All right, we're live. Welcome to our one shot that is super long. It has a super long title. Actually, I need to verify that it even transferred appropriately. I would not be surprised if it broke. You said you can see it.
It shows up on you. I'm watching it
on YouTube.
Yeah,
I see it on Twitch.
And you see it on Twitch. Okay, good. Good.
Short title to me, Cam.
No, trust me, it's stupid. It's stupid.
The shortest one you've had.
Let's make it an acronym.
Let's make it an acronym. I mean, they use so many acronyms when it comes to the vampire community.
Yes, it's perfect.
But, alright. So, we're going to be diving into this one shot. I think everyone here is pretty excited. We have up on screen here the pentagram of friendship. So make sure y'all refresh yourselves on your characters. I think this is also perfect for that. This is a really good roleplay implement. Just, it allows you to instantly, like, remember, oh yeah, I set my character up this way. I think this is really cool, personally. And this is going to be a very non-standard tabletop kind of session because Vampire is mostly well, I mean, depending on your table, I'll say, but it's mostly a social RPG. A lot of what happens is, you know, spoken between characters. Granted, not everything. And granted, Vampire the Masquerade has lots of abilities specifically for social interactions. So, we're going to be diving into this soon. How are y'all feeling? Y'all excited for the game today?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Who doesn't want to indulge in vampire tropes?
It is.
Yeah, I cannot state enough how disappointed I am that you didn't tell me in advance that vampires use acronyms all the time. I would have come up with 100 of them, and then.
I'm so glad you didn't say that earlier.
Well, the Kindred don't use acronyms. People who play this game use a billion acronyms. All the time.
I would have made a bunch of acronyms that, like, vampire-related acronyms, and then just my character would deny their acronyms nature.
Oh, really?
It's almost like, doesn't that just spell vampire? It's like,
no, vampires love to hear themselves speak as much as fucking possible.
I mean, like, a good third of vampire powers are dependent on hearing what they're saying. But, alright. Can I get some water real quick? Okay. So, we're going to be starting off. Change the scene here. This one will do. So, we're starting off. You are all in a vehicle heading towards a back alley street somewhere in downtown Seattle. Seattle is a wonderful place for the Kindred. It is a massive city with tons of dark alleyways, shadowy places, and the rain and constant overhead of clouds makes it so that most Kindred can, on a good number of days of the year, go out even in the middle of the day. With some protection, of course. But the constant rain, tonight being no different, is a reminder of what it's like to be one of the kindred. Even at the night, even when you don't need its protection, the city still reigns all over you. It's dreary, and even the kindred get tired of it from time to time. Regardless, you've been doing this now for at least a decade or so, and even before being a kindred, if you remember those days, you may have been a Seattleite, as it is rare for the kindred to travel too far, city to city. So, whose car are we taking today?
My ghouls? My servants.
Okay.
I think my servant is the only one who's spec'd into car.
Well, it should be mentioned, under normal conditions, in World of Darkness, most characters can drive a car.
But not good enough.
The driving skill is only for if you're actually doing anything fancy while driving.
Well, I do not have a license or a car.
I have the driving skill booter, but also that means the car would have to seat 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have, I think I have a limo. Can I have a limo?
Or a mom van.
Sure, you can have one.
Is that
Yeah,
used
I
to
have
the
a
limo
limo.
or mom van?
Yes to both. You could have either one.
I have a long, pure white limo.
A long, pure white limo. All right, so ostentatiously you travel through the streets of Seattle. Every once in a while you're all sitting in the, in the back, the vehicle has to swerve pretty tight around some of the corners in Seattle. Or your trip takes a little longer, as Seattle's not very limo friendly. If you've ever been in Seattle, I mean, to be fair, Seattle's not very car friendly in general.
But it's a status symbol.
It's alright, everybody just sees you and assumes you're one of those bullshit influencers from California.
Yeah.
I'm picturing a lot of the Seattle streets I've driven on and imagining my car was like 5 times as long. Absolute nightmare.
I think everyone in this city will recognize me. I think so.
That or the more likely thing, they don't care because it's Seattle.
Yeah, but I have
I hope y'all
too.
remember, like, Jeff Bezos lives in Seattle, and yeah.
Amazon's based in Seattle.
I didn't know this.
So is Boeing.
Well, to
I
be
have
fair,
seen.
Jeff Bezos also owns like 8 houses, so he lives in a lot of places. But he's from Seattle, or the Seattle area, anyway. I think he actually came from Everett. There's also a lot of influencers here.
So sorry.
And they should all be ignored.
I like some of them. I don't know if anyone's seen Whoops. Does a lot of gaming, DDR stuff, and Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Lives around here, and oh god, some other ones. Saw them not too long ago at the bar that Devin works, coincidentally. Anyway, so you're all sitting. You hear the tapping of rain on the windows behind you. It's raining a little hard at the moment, though probably only for, a short spurt, about like 5 minutes or so. The city streets filter in through rain-covered windows, and you're all sitting there. Let's go ahead and describe what your characters look like, what they're doing in the band, and then we'll hop directly into the scene. And, we'll do a little fun. We'll introduce each character, and then you're going to start the conversation. And why not, since it's been offered already, Booter, to your limo. So I'm sure you had the most to say about what's going on currently. Give us a description of your character and start our conversation off.
Yeah, my character, in short, if you see them, you're gonna think they're a vampire. Like, their skin is so pale. They have short, slicked back, kind of greasy, pitch black hair, bright red lips, the whole dealio, real angular features. And they wear like a white shirt with a really frilly collar that has a V all the way down to like the middle of his sternum, with a black coat and black dress pants on, and he has a full like noble's cape that goes to the middle of his back with a gold chain that hangs around his neck, and he just dresses real fancy, classic vampire wear, as you do. He just composes himself with a noble air.
All right, start the conversation off.
I'll just sort. We're going to a place, right? We know where we're going.
Yeah, you are going to a scene where one of the murders you're investigating has just recently, at least a body has been discovered.
Okay, I'll knock on the window to the driver's seat where both of my ghoul retainers are, and once it comes down, I'll just say, what's the ETA on our arrival?
The window slides open, and before you are two individuals that look like normal humans, both kind of very serious-faced on the job. The co-driver taps on a screen that's a little brightly illuminated for your eyes. Too brightly for your eyes, honestly. And after a few minutes, they're like, "Yes, sir, it's going to be 15 minutes until we arrive."
I nod and turn to the group, and I just sort of observe them for a moment and say, "Is everyone thoroughly prepared?"
There's a yeesh as the window's closed again. Whoever wishes to respond, go ahead and respond, and then follow up with a description of your character.
I got a response.
Okay.
Where are we going? And,
Are you asking me or are you asking him?
Oh no, he's asking Booter's character.
I'm just like visibly like, you know, where are we going? To you, Cam.
Sure. You know, let me pull up a nice downtown streets that's not like the normal, you know, like 4th Ave or whatever.
Yeah, sorry, I must have missed a briefing or something.
I just sigh inwardly and mentally prepare myself for another taxing ordeal working with these characters, and I'll just give a short briefing on where we are or going. and I, just in case what we're doing there, I've lost faith that was something that everyone knew.
You all have, since Mike, the character, which I'll describe. Character in front of you responding is know him by two names, either Aramastis Frey or Ted. He goes by both, but he'll respond quicker to Ted. He's kind of he looks young, looks in his like earlier 20s, kind of a roundish face, long hair that kind of curls in the back as it's not been cut recently. He's got just glasses on, despite the fact he probably doesn't need them anymore as a vampire. Currently is wearing a zip down hoodie, which looks kind of bigger and warmer. Underneath is just a Carly Rae Jepsen t-shirt. Looks like you could fool him as just someone who doesn't really go outside in the daytime very much, or a typical Seattleite, because Seattle gets no sun. He does look, it's obvious to everyone else, he's obviously one of the kindred. And also knowing him, it is very likely he was told many times what this job was, but he was not listening or paying attention.
So, you are currently heading into a back alley between South Washington Street and Yesler Way. It's an alleyway not far off from a very popular nightclub district, one of which being the Trinity nightclub. The police are currently there. And you're all scheduled to go and inspect the scene.
Yeah, I'll reach over to a little slot next to me where I have a clipboard and just start reading off of it the details of our mission to everyone one last time, just to make sure that everyone knows, because clearly some don't.
Okay, reading it off. You have all been commissioned by the prince himself to go and inspect a series of murders that appear to be very sloppy kindred attacks. Many of the bodies have been found in very heavily populated areas that are, very blatantly left out in the open. Obvious, like classic vampire bite marks on the bodies. And it's been getting on the news. The vampire killer, they've been calling them. And this has caused a little bit of concern. Not because anyone's afraid that the Masquerade itself is going to be broken, but it's uncomfortable to have the term vampire thrown around so much in the public media. And unfortunately, many of the Camarillas sway over, the local news outlets and everything has not been enough to silence these reports. They keep coming up all over on social media sites and the like, as people of all kinds have been found taking pictures of strange, bodies left pale, leaking blood from, 2 ready pinpricks on their neck. It's messy. And if this is due to a kindred, it breaks the Masquerade. And it's your jobs to keep order with everything and to fix it as the Veme of Seattle, or at least this section of Seattle.
toss my clipboard on the seat next to me and lean forward to everyone. Now, is everyone clear on our objective?
Ophelia sitting there just rolls her eyes and gets back to her book, which she's reading, The Origin of the Family, Private Property in the State by, what's this dude's name again? Frederick Engels.
Casually reading Engels.
Yeah. She is 5'4", though with her shoes is 5'9.5". Wearing her Demonia Swing 815s with thigh highs, got garters, black skirt, wearing a crop top which reveals her succubus womb tattoo that she has, wearing a unzipped black hoodie accompanied with a bunch of jewelry, like choker, like 2 or 3 necklaces, earrings, some like fancy like eye makeup, and like chin length dyed purple hair, as well as she has sitting in between her legs her pink Hello Kitty bat that has a faint red stains on it.
All right, leave something for someone else to roleplay off of.
I nod at the general disobedience and nonchalance of Ophelia, because she's the closest one in this group that I see as a subordinate or servant. So I'm just like, she doesn't need to know this as long as she listens to my directions later. So I'll just be resigned to it.
I really do think that we've all got it. Hopefully it's just wayward fledgling, or maybe one of those thin bloods who's just too stupid to know. I'm sure it won't take too long. Side eyes Ophelia a bit. Norman Finch is nearly toe-headed. His blonde is so pale, and short, messy waves rather than full curls. The dampness of the area ruins that. He wears a thin turtleneck with a soft cream, like nearly pink color, and a dark green pea coat over it. He absolutely dresses like someone who doesn't live in Seattle full-time. His pants are black, along with black dressy shoes, but both are a bit too worn to really still count. The toes of his shoes are scuffed with dust kind of clinging in patches, both on the shoes themselves and on an elbow somewhere, no doubt from his haven. He himself is very rail thin and tall, but he seems smaller than he is, given how much he kind of slumps his back and shoulders. His posture is very poor. He seems chronically folded in on himself.
Responds back and says, "Yeah, I believe we're all ready too, and I also hope that one of our kindred hasn't done this. This would be very bad." And Augustus, he's about 5'8", average build. He has dark brown fluffy hair, hazel eyes, pale. He has like perfect hair, perfect smile, like total pretty boy. Anybody would be jealous. And he wears a black hoodie with a green utility or military jacket with dark jeans and dark brown boots with a watch that has a gold face and dark brown straps.
The almost like stilted response just gets a small sigh out of Noman, who generally, despite original misgivings, seems to hang closer to Ted in most cases.
I'm certain once we get there, we can always just ask the guy.
Oh, you mean the body? Just sighs.
Also, DM, for your knowledge, because it's been a week since I told you.
Sure.
I do have a few abilities that are on your discretion. Mainly, let's see, my blood power for premonition. It is whenever you deem it appropriate to give a sudden hint that aids in some way, or like guiding us to a clue or avoiding danger. Let's see. And as well for let he who hath understanding. I think it's one I can activate, but once per game, I get one clue freely to understand, investigate, or detect. It says the heresy's actions. I don't know if that'll apply here, but maybe. Yes, I have ways for you to give out hints.
Which ones was it?
It is premonition in the Auspex blood tree.
Okay. Oh god, these boxes are so small. 1 second.
You can actually stretch them out. Or if you're talking about the book box, I know in your character sheet you can extend your text boxes to see all your powers.
I mean, I see all the powers. It's just like if you look under like system or whatever, little
yeah.
teeny box.
True.
Was there a way to like activate the powers?
Doesn't
seem like it.
I was seeing. I don't know.
No.
You can also extend the box.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just said
stretched out.
Oh.
Yeah, he just in response, he looks over and just like nods affirmatively, like, yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, you can actually also provoke your premonitions.
Oh, I can?
Yeah.
Yo, nice.
It's a rouse check, so
Okay.
like any other power. And then what was the other one that you were mentioning?
Is an advantage called let he who hath understanding.
I see. Yeah, okay. And that one you just you can use once per story, which we're doing one shot, so once a session you can ask for a clue.
Dope.
I smiled, just uncomfortably at the mention of the weird powers, and I'm just like, I'm sure your unique skill set will come in handy.
I hope so. Otherwise, like, I could be home, you know?
I'm sure the prince had every reason for sending all of us.
Well, you're all our coterie, so.
Yeah.
I hold my tongue before trying not to give a sharp retort about how he definitely could remain home.
The limo suddenly pulls to a sudden stop. As you look out, as you see some obviously inebriated young adults crossing the street, saying something. The windows are fortunately soundproof, or at least heavily deafen the sound from outside. They seem to be yelling at your limo drivers for something as they're crossing the road. Probably just, cross without giving a damn in moving traffic. Unfortunately, happens all the time in Seattle.
I should say, since I think I'm the only one who didn't say my character's name, my name is Aliester Morgan.
Can everyone write their name down too in the Discord? That way, like,
Because we don't always
let
have the
me
friendship chart up.
yeah, that's that too.
let me go ahead and I'll just make it so that why is it not showing to all players? Well, maybe that will. Can you all see the names in the handout section?
No.
No.
Can't see anything in the handout section except my
All
character.
right. One
Yeah,
second.
it might just be quicker to write like our names down in the Discord.
No, I can just do this.
Yeah. Also, I for sure gave myself the name Aliester Morgan once I became a vampire.
Of course, of course.
And I just sort of abandoned my other name. We got a lot of A's, huh?
It's been a weird trend in recent games.
This is all the vampire name generator.
All right, there you go. Y'all should be able to at least see each of your names in the handout section now.
Yeah.
Now we can make our names an acronym.
No.
Screaming and then no.
Yep. Sounds right. Sounds right.
I'll uncross my legs and get ready to wait for my one of my servant ghouls to open the door for me, and I'll say, "Is everyone ready to work now?"
The limo pulls up into a long parking spot normally reserved just for buses. And while the vehicle is still running, one of the ghouls kind of gets out. You can hear as the front door opens, and they come around to open the limo door for you all to exit. As the door opens, you're met all with a tss as rain is pouring everywhere.
I get out first.
Going second. Ophelia just puts her hood up.
He starts to lean forward to like go as Ophelia gets out and just like leans back to avoid the huge heel on the way back out.
One of my ghouls is holding an umbrella over me.
He is.
Yeah.
Ted will get out of the car, and after he like steps out, he'll pat the car like on the top and just go, "Good job. That was a good ride."
Yes, you did good. Also patting the car.
I guess
The
just
car
also
sits
gets out
there.
with the hood up.
Noman sighs and looks at the car and goes, "Thanks." Really quietly. Slinks away from it.
I look at everyone and say, "Don't think the car, think my servant who drove you."
Kind of like leans in just slightly, though like even leaning in to talk to you seems to be leaning away from you and just, yeah, but what if there's like something to it? Like, it works for him, so like what if... Kind of like gives the car an unsure look.
Ted is looking at the car, seeing if it was offended by that statement.
Ted, as you're looking at the car, you get this thought in your head. The car sits there, vibrating ever lightly as the engine is still going. Slightly warm to the touch, you see its paint job has been very immaculately kept. The car feels happy that you appreciated it, and the car is very well taken care of. It looks forward to seeing you again, and guiding you on its journey. It will do its best to keep its seats warm for you.
He turns to the driver and says, "The car appreciates the work you do."
Right. Sure.
I just sigh and walk up and pat the roof of the car and say, there, good car, and turn to go inside.
Master has given me pets. This is the greatest day I have ever experienced in my 10 years of existence.
I'm really happy for you. She follows.
Come on. It just like takes Ted's like elbow and starts leading him away from the car. Sometimes these go on for a long time.
As you all begin to head down the alleyway, you can see the lights of the police vehicles are currently going off. The alleyway has been blocked off on both sides by a pair of folding stands rather than the police tape. And you can see a multitude of vehicles, about 4 or 5 police vehicles, parked down this alleyway and the next. All folks nearby are leering a little bit down the alleyways, but unfortunately, cops in downtown Seattle are not new. And especially in the middle of the night, people are kinda used to it at this point. Regardless, due to the proximity to a nearby nightclubs, you see that there is still plenty of life in the city, even this late at night. Mostly young adults coming to and fro, wearing outfits very poorly suited for the rain, but they don't seem to care. You see a variety of, men wearing very nice suits, slightly getting drenched by the rain, and women wearing very tight hoop skirts who are... You're afraid they might slip and fall into a puddle, but are managing somehow to awkwardly stand like newborn cattle after a night of drinking.
And you said we have the cops in our pocket, basically, right?
You guys do have some sway over the police, but you know that it's not necessarily they all recognize you or what you are at face value. As you're approaching, you have a feeling you're going to need to ask for whatever superior is on site. And just as you're thinking this, one of the officers notices you all coming up, and he kind of comes up. He's like, "Hey, whoa. We're currently looking into something here right now. We're going to have to ask you to turn around and leave."
I'm like visibly just annoyed at the audacity of this policeman. What's his name? I look at his name tag. The cops wear name tags?
You don't see a name tag, but you see a badge and a badge number. This officer's badge number is 4123.
Whoa.
What's his name?
It's on. It has a badge number. That's it.
Okay. I probably do just refer to cops by their number. I see them as cattle, more or less.
I mean, you wouldn't probably even associate that. Honestly, you'd probably just be like officer,
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he comes around the barricade to intercept you all.
I'll step forward and say, well, Mr. Officer, I'm going to have to trouble you to inform your superior officer that we've arrived.
Hey, man, I don't know what you're playing at, but we don't have time for your shenanigans around here. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. We're not expecting any special people here. He seems somewhat doesn't seem to believe you.
I just rub my face a bit and look around. Is anyone watching us?
Looking around, I mean, there's no other officers that are kind of like immediate here, but one is nearby, kind of keeping an eye on things.
If you're
Also,
worried about your disciplines, they'll say whether they like are a masquerade threat or not. So like if you use, like your presence or whatever on somebody, no one can see that you're doing it. You're just talking to them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like look around to make sure no one's like paying too much attention to us, and then I'll look at this officer and use compel to.
Okay.
To
So this is going to be a rouse check. So
free.
first roll.
It's a free cost one.
compel.
Yeah, it's a level 1. I assume I don't have to use mesmerize for this.
Let's see here.
I don't actually know like when I would use mesmerize over compel. They seem very similar. I assume one's just a little better.
Let me see here. Compel. Oh, you closed the box on me.
What?
I was reading.
I would never.
Ah, I see. The difference is just the length of the command. Compel is you give them a single action command, while mesmerize is you issue a complex set of commands to a victim. One would be, like, kneel before me. The other one would be,
Okay.
go and look on your computer and find me a list of names.
So I assume this find your superior officer would be a mesmerize.
I wouldn't say so. No, I think a compel would be a single action. Go
Okay.
find your superior officer and let them know we're here.
I'll use compel and just I'll open my eyes wide and stare directly into his and say, I really think it would be in both of our best interests if you found your superior officer to tell him we've arrived.
As he's looking, there's at first a look of stubborn defiance and obstinance, but it quickly melts before you as you see this individual. It's almost as if the tension in their body gets slackened heavily, and they look at you. A slight confusion kind of creeps across their face, but the compel takes full effect, and he's like, right, I'll let my commanding officer know. And he turns around. He goes around a corner, and one of the other officers in the back, arms crossed, kind of just overseeing everything, gives a questioning look, but doesn't intervene at this moment. Yeah, I'll have a couple minutes or a couple moments before they get back.
We can't see the scene from here, right? We're too far.
No, it's let me real quick here. It's not super important, but I'll give you just a clip of the area. Actually, let me do it like... All right. Here's a clip of the area. You're all in the second alleyway between Yesler Way and South Washington Street here, on the top left quadrant of the map. Essentially right under the writing for Velvet Elvis's Arch Lounge and Theater. And you're all kind of like walking up to that second alleyway and stopped right at the front of it.
Okay. I'll turn to the group and say, does anyone need to prepare anything before going in?
Do we need rubber gloves or any PPE or personal protection gear for the body?
If you're planning to touch something, I would suggest using gloves.
Do you guys have gloves?
I reach into my pocket and take out my gloves, and then I tell, are we still pretty close to the limo?
The limo has had to move since it was in
Okay.
a bus parking spot, so.
I'll say, just look to everyone else and be like, if you want gloves, you can go. I have extra pairs in the limo, but you can just not touch anything if you don't want to bother. I don't wear rubber gloves. I wear like nice,
You've
Like-
got like the nice leather driving gloves.
yeah, like white, just pure white. So nice. The buttons on the back and everything.
I don't really need to touch anything, but I do need samples of either their blood or anybody else's if it's around. I doubt whoever murdered them got hurt, though. I have bottles for that. Pulls out from a pocket inside the pea coat like this long, not actually glass tube, that has like a long swab in it attached to the cap.
I nod. If you don't have any gloves, I can take care of that.
Ted nods. Well, it's never been a problem in like other things I've done like this, but I mean, if I need gloves,
Do you usually touch bodies with your bare hands?
yeah.
I shiver a little.
I mean, it's not like we have to be worried about getting sick.
It's more for the contamination, so we don't compromise the crime
yes,
scene.
at a crime scene, yes. It doesn't matter. Either one of you can take this and get a sample. I'm just gonna look around. God, I hate dealing with cops. And then hands off the little bottle to one of them. Oh,
It's about
actually,
this-
here, take another one just in case, and hands the next one, and then we'll activate Aspect.
It's about this time that the officer returns with the female officer in tow, or in line, behind, whatever. And as they approach, he kind of looks you all over, and you see a hint of realization as they arrive, and he's like, yeah, these are the ones who were asking for you. And guy's face is scrunching up slightly as he's trying to rationalize what just happened. The female officer kind of comes up and she's like, don't worry, Hensley. Go ahead and let the other guys know that we have some officials from the city who are come here to take a look. We've hired a private investigation team. Oh, right. All right. He turns and walks slowly back towards the vehicles as she looks you all over.
There's that good old corruption.
She stands before y'all. She's a little on the shorter side. She's about like 5'5". She looks you all over. She has slightly tannish skin, dark eyes, and dark hair that curls out underneath her hat. She looks you all over. She looks to be a little on the younger side, or at least from y'all's perspective. She's probably in her late 20s. She says, I see that you've all been sent here. You are... She kind of looks you all over, and her eyes kind of focus in on... oh, goodness. Her eyes kind of focus in on Augustus. You were all sent here by the prince. Looking
yes,
at her...
yes. Sorry, you go. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Looking at her, she does appear to be a human. She does not appear to be kindred. Which means she's either in the know or a ghoul. Anyway, she asks, you were all sent by the prince, and she's looking at you all somewhat questioningly. Y'all don't look very official besides Alistair.
I have a very nice looking peacoat, thank you.
Which does not make you look official.
No, it makes me look bad for them.
I have the air of an official.
I think I look pretty official.
With your t-shirt?
I
No, I
don't.
don't think
Yeah,
so.
I've never known a situation where Carly Rae Jepsen wasn't an appropriate attire choice.
True.
I'll have you know this t-shirt is an excellent conversationalist.
What stats does it give you in Disco Elysium is my question.
Let's see. Definitely comprehension. And hand-eye coordination for some dance moves.
Good. I have
Yes.
to ask, did you get it at a Carly Rae Jepsen concert?
Nah, he found it like in the trash.
I was about to
Found
say
it.
in the garbage.
It does give him a -1 to his authority, though.
Yeah.
Aw. It's worth it. It's fine.
It's not like he took Dominate anyway.
I
Fair.
just wanted to respond to the cop, right?
Yeah, someone's got. She's looking at y'all questioningly.
I
It
mean, I
seemed to
will,
be
but
a
Augustus,
motley crew.
Augustus spoke up, so...
It's alright, I'll go. Yes, you're right, we are with the prince.
All right. Well, we'll keep a good perimeter, but we'll be out of y'all's hair. She
I know,
looks around a bit and then back to you all. You see hints of doubt cross her face, but she doesn't say anything, and she just turns around.
Oh, before you go,
Yes.
do you have some gloves I can borrow?
Yes, we have some gloves you can all use. I'll get that ready for you. She goes.
Oh, thank you.
In a few
Oof,
minutes,
okay.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's just to himself. We're so bad at this.
Yeah, I'm just quietly observing the group be bad at this.
Well, to be fair, for your organization specifically, you normally don't deal with murders like this in a very, crime scene kind of way. Usually there's a hint of something going afoul, and y'all scour the streets and talk with the locals, and keeping a low profile is good. In fact, you're not professionalist mostly helps you, just not on a crime scene.
Also, speak for yourself. I just got a free set of gloves. I'm not returning those.
I don't think they'll want you to.
Oh god.
If you go around touching up this dead body.
Give it right back to them. Thank you. They served me well.
Are the gloves gonna be okay with you wearing them?
I'll ask.
It's literally their purpose. I assume they're fine with it. It's what they were made to do.
They just make uncomfortable noises when you put them on.
Farting noises.
like
You're
to
like, oh
think-
god.
they really like it when you put them on, but as soon as you go for the body, like, no, please, it's so gross.
After a few minutes, the head officer gets everything kind of sorted out. And she comes up and she says, sorry, I didn't introduce myself before. I was caught a little off guard. You can call me Officer Lycan.
I nod. And then just purposely do not introduce myself.
She takes no offense. She hands over a large set of blue gloves, enough for each of you if necessary. They're blue latex gloves, a little on the thin side. And she says, all right, scene is yours. I hope we come to a solution on this series of murders as quickly as possible.
Much appreciated. I say so insincerely. I'll walk toward the body.
As you all head into the alleyway, you come underneath a canopy of wires and fire escapes, sheltering you somewhat from the rain, besides the occasional drip that finds its way through the mesh of urban canopy. Before you...
As we're approaching the scene, I do want to activate the Sense the Unseen, just so I can keep an eye out if there is anything supernatural around.
Sure. As you approach the body, you find the body of a man, maybe in his mid-30s, wearing a olive green trench coat, twisted and dropped on the floor next to several bags of garbage and a dumpster that has been rusted through to the bottom. As you approach, the body is deathly pale, and you can still see a trickle of blood leaving the body and pouring down to a nearby sewer grate.
Ophelia will stand between body and cops. It's just like to separate them, kind of like looking a bit physically intimidating.
None of the cops can see where you guys are. They're standing at the ends of the two alleyways.
I'll just be like, Ophelia, do you mind keeping a watch on our surroundings? Make sure no one approaches while we're working.
Already on it. Do I need to make a check for that?
No.
Okay.
In fact, you really don't need to try too hard. The police are pretty much doing that for you guys.
Can I just like inspect the body?
Sure, what would you like to identify about the body?
Just like it, I guess, like cause of death and like any traces of vampiric interference. Maybe traces left in the immediate vicinity of the supernatural.
And sorry, Annie, what about the body?
Just any like cause of death and any traces of like vampiric interference or traces of the supernatural in the nearby surroundings.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start with just the it's going to be a medicine check.
God, I'm bad at this.
What? You're not a doctor?
You have others in your party.
Extra dice?
No extra dice.
Difficulty?
This is a difficulty 2.
There are so many inputs to roll a die.
Yeah, how the game works.
Wow.
I'll like kneel down next to the body and look at it for a few seconds and go, Norman, would you like to take a look? I think this is within your area of expertise.
I believe it uses. Do you have 0 intelligence thoughts?
I don't know what that means.
I think
What's
your
your
dice
mental?
rolled incorrectly.
Yeah, that seems wrong.
You just said medicine. You didn't say anything else.
Yeah. Do I have
Oh,
something?
weird. Yeah, the second attribute is, I believe, intelligence for this check.
Oh, I have 2 intelligence.
Okay, yeah. Roll with your intelligence added. And then, so you all know, one of the things that you can do as well is there is a tab called Gifts of Blood. Honestly, the only ones you really need to know about is you can give yourself the Blush of Life. If you're being heavily inspected, you can essentially appear to be human. Blood Surge is one of the more important ones. You can use your blood, the power of your blood, to augment your checks, adding your potency in dice, your blood potency in dice. But it does require a rouse check, so this can cause your character to add some hunger.
I mean this with the utmost respect, but maybe I should He kind of lifts out a hand and shoos you away from the body.
Oh.
And Alistair, what do you get from that? Looking the body over, you see that the body is somewhat crumpled over, almost as if they had just been dropped here. You see 2 perforations on the neck that are streaming blood currently, and the body is incredibly pale. You know something is up about this. Your first instinct is bodies don't bleed for this long unless something's up, but that's all you get.
Okay, I'll take one last look at the body and I'll dip my pinky in the flowing blood and smell it. Just take a little sniff, and as I'm standing up to take a step back, and I want to use my Bloodhound ability to smell if I have a resonance with this person. Try and figure out something about who they are. Which is a resolve plus awareness at difficulty 3.
Yep.
Do they have any perfume?
No.
Okay. Does this count as intimate contact?
No.
Bummer.
Yo.
I'm so good.
All right. Dipping your pinky in, it's somewhat diluted with the water, but that does not stop your keen sense of smell. You inhale deeply. This person had, let's see here.
So my resonances are captains of industries, masters, power trippers, cult leaders, etc., and followers, I guess, of cults, or like influencers, movie stars, models, politicians.
One second. Gotta pull up the blood chemistry set here. All right. This blood is phlegmatic.
Oh, so I do.
And the individual themselves would be classified as a lonely and lonely and amiable worker.
Okay. I'll stand up and take a step back from the scene, and as I just clean my finger with a handkerchief.
All right. So, Noman, you can come up to the body.
All right. We'll request that Ted or Ophelia, whoever has the tubes, like, if you guys would take a look around, if you find any blood that isn't clearly from the body, just get it down. Thanks. And then we'll take a knee near the body and look them over.
Okay, go ahead and make a medicine roll. Using
How's the
intelligence.
difficulty?
The difficulty is 2.
Nice.
That's
Okay.
a lot of 10s.
How'd you get 6 successes?
10's
because
double.
the criticals.
Okay. So, you got the base level of success, and you got the next 2 levels of over success, actually.
And then to add to knowing things, I do have a free spell. If I taste a drop of blood, I can discern. Actually, I think it mostly just tells what you got, so I really don't need it for a regular human. It's mostly useful if I have another supernatural creature or a kindred, so I won't bother with that one.
Okay. So, looking the body over, you see that the teeth perforations on the body are strange. They are matched up normally to how the canines on the bodies are usually set up. Not every kindred has canines that are used for extraction of blood, though. They come in a variety. The canines just being one of the more common. Though something is odd. The body is still bleeding. Feeling the temperature, the body is ice cold. Most of the time, the victims only bleed enough for the feeding, and then the wounds typically staunch pretty quickly afterwards.
Would this happen if somebody turned to someone, if they were embraced?
No.
Okay.
Usually in the act of embracing an individual, they are drained much more heavily than this body would be.
Okay, so there's still enough blood.
Yes, the body. I mean, it's still bleeding after all. You don't know how much was drained, unfortunately, at this time. The body is cold enough that this was probably done at least a few hours before. The body is still somewhat flexible and mobile, so rigor mortis has been taking its time to set in. But even then, for what you estimate, the body is still much too loose for rigor mortis at this time. Something is keeping this body functioning while not functioning at the same time. Your guess? Some kind of poison ingested or injected through these bite marks. What's weirder yet is you can see a slight indentation of a bottom row set of teeth not far from it. Whoever did this did genuinely bite the individual. Looking the body over and how it's twisted over, they were either dropped callously or the body was struggling before it was dropped. Looking the bite mark a little closer over, you see that there are not much tearing in the perforation sites. So whoever did this just dropped the body. It just is not adding up, though. It's still bleeding. Whoever drained this individual did so very carelessly, and did not seem very intent on taking their fill. But it was made
has
by a
some type
pair
of-
of...
It definitely has like a powerful anticoagulant of some sort.
Mhm. Which is more worrisome, as if this was a human individual, if whatever it was injected through the marks, the victim or the perpetrator would have been, whatever it was that was injected would be subjected to it as well. If it's just an anticoagulant, that would be one thing, but anticoagulants don't necessarily stop a lot of rigor mortis.
Yeah.
It's quite the pickle. This is done intentionally, you can tell. The body was dropped carelessly, and the individual left. And that's what you get.
Okay. Fun news. I hate everything about this. It's just weird. It's just weird. This body isn't right. Ted, please don't talk to the body and say that it's upset about being wrong. It's all wrong.
I'll ask.
Could you ask why it's bleeding unnaturally, Ted?
It's either some type of poison, or I suppose a venom if it was actually it bitten in. There is a second row of teeth here, so it did bite them. They didn't just fake stabbing them in the neck in 2 places. But it's not just the blood is the problem. It's and he just kind of like bends one of the arms so that it like bends up and the hand kind of flops for a moment and then puts it back down. That's not supposed to be happening. Still, that's supposed to stop.
Ted is like taking a few steps back as this demonstration is going on. He's putting on the gloves as well, which, by the way, on the walk up, he did properly greet the gloves and ask if that was okay.
I'm glad you got consent from the gloves.
Whoa,
Yes.
whoa, we don't know that. Did the gloves consent, Cam?
The gloves consented. They are most proud to be performing the duty they are found, and if they can help stop this murderer, they will help you on your endeavors.
He's enthusiastic that he will. And he's going to do 2 things. Having a overall larger like piece of the picture, he's going to try and use his investigation to figure out if he can like notice extra things in the crime scene, or even like recreate what happened. As well, I will activate blood power premonition.
Okay. Premonition.
Want me to roll investigation first, and then
Yeah,
premonition?
let's go ahead and roll that first, and then we'll see what we need from premonition. So this is going to be an investigation, and we're going to use your choice of wits or intelligence.
I'll use intelligence. No extra dice. And what's the difficulty?
The difficulty for this check will be 3.
3?
3.
Cool. As he closes his eyes and is like in his head placing where everything he's noticed inside, and like studying it in his own head before he opens his eyes as
Jeez.
Let's fucking go.
Oh, I thought you got
Damn.
9 successes. 5 successes. Okay. So yeah, you got a success with actually 1 over success. So technically it's 2 over successes, but for the markers I have, it's 1 over success. All right. Looking the scene over, you look at the body, and seeing how the individual is dropped, guessing by their general weight, you estimate that this individual a little on the unhealthy side. They are somewhere in the 210 to 215 range. You're pretty confident on that. The individual, even looking at them on the ground, not stretched out, you can guess that they are a pretty decently sized individual. They're in the about 5'9" in height. Looking their clothes over, they have a olive green trench coat. They have some really nice very nice like boots, but not like work boots. These are like the boots you would get at like Spencer's or a Hot Topic, you know, black boots, fancy boots. This individual suddenly springs up and stands before you at their height. They're walking, their eyes are cast down, their hands are in their pockets, they're taking a back alleyway. Probably they don't like to be seen.
And for all of your sake, he's saying this out loud. He's relaying all of this as he's like moving, like walking like sideways, very like slowly and carefully, not affecting anything, as he is clearly watching something like move in front of him, where to anyone else it is nothing. He's looking at nothing.
They're walking, hands in their pockets. They're cutting through this alleyway. You don't know the exact reason. All you know is that their head was slightly craned down, watching their feet. They were probably deep in thought, moving in this direction. The individual who was there came up behind them. Given the position, it's hard to say exactly the height of the attacker, but they were grabbed from behind and bitten. To take on an individual of this amount of strength, that either was a kindred of, you know, sufficient physical prowess, or a large human individual, someone probably in the range of 6'3". The body was not cast backwards down, so whoever it was leaned over them to create the bite marks.
Were they bitten and then brought to the ground, or were they brought to the ground then bitten?
They were bitten and then dropped to the ground.
Okay.
Looking over, you check their fingernails. It's hard. You can't see much. Their fingers were lying in small pools of water. If there was skin there, it's hard to tell. No blood on their fingers, though, so if they resisted, it was not enough to even injure their attacker. And let's see, with that extra level of success, looking at their general clothes and demeanor, this individual was not necessarily fit, but being a man and having innate physical prowess, they probably had about, 2 to 3 dots of strength by your estimate in game, and very little in the athletics or brawling categories. Capable of defending themselves against another untrained individual, but probably not so much if someone was stronger or more capable. As you watch the individual kind of struggle a bit, their body slumps and is dropped from the height of the bite. Whoever it was that did this just dropped them like straight on their face. They didn't chuck them, spin them, nothing. They just bit, and then after probably a few moments just dropped them. And that's what you get.
Okay. He ends his little spiel as he's like kneeling. Like he's on one knee over the body, like he put the hand down gently. And then to the body with his activation and premonition, just, is there anything I missed? As he would like to glean some sort of clue.
Okay. This will not be a freebie, because I haven't deemed it as such, so you're going to make a rouse check.
All right. And that just be, because I see my dice pool's resolve plus aspects.
No, well, first there's a rouse button up on
Okay.
the above your
Ooh,
disciplines. Just
I
hit that
see.
button there. 1 success. Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. Wait, that's not how rouse works. Oh, no, it is. Okay, yeah. So you don't gain a hunger.
Cool.
The power goes off with no further issues. Now you make your resolve plus aspects, and the results of this will be how deep of insight you get.
Alright, my second attribute has to be none, but my aspects, I have 3 levels of it. So just add 3 extra dice.
Let's
I can't
see
choose.
here.
I can't choose aspects as a secondary attribute.
Yeah, then yeah, that would be the case.
Difficulty.
There's no difficulty.
Cool.
Or I guess difficulty 1.
Oh.
It's just the number you get determines how deep the insight is.
That's not great. All right, let's
Yeah.
do successes.
All right, it's still 2 successes. You look over the body, and you see bubbling as the mouth begins to move, and they begin to speak breathlessly, but with sound. The individual says, "Yeah, I was gonna go see if that the girl I like was at the bar. Never talked to her before, but I figured I'd at least give it a shot. So many years of being alone, I'm tired of it. I just don't know what to say."
He just like puts a hand on his shoulder, like, "Sorry you had to go through this."
Me too. Thank you. You're very nice.
He nods. I am sorry to do this, but is there anything you can tell us about what happened here?
No,
I want to make sure things are set right.
you did really good. You're really good at your job. I'm impressed. I figured I would just die without anyone figuring anything out, but you might be able to catch whoever did this. You're the man." He gives a very creaky thumbs up in the puddle.
There is a very teary smile he gives. He looks very proud, but still very empathetic and sad.
Please
For
don't
those who
start
are
crying
watching-
blood in the alleyway.
For those who are watching, nothing is happening. The body's not moving or anything like that.
Oh, okay.
He just sees him start to like well up again. It's like, please don't start crying. We cry blood. Please don't do it.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Yeah, they don't have any other fluids in their body. Everything is just blood.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So if you sneeze,
It's a slightly pink mist, maybe, or plasma. I don't know what would make you sneeze though, because you're a fucking vampire.
well, I don't know.
You don't need to breathe. You don't get cold. You don't get sick.
Someone blasts pepper in your face.
What
You're
about
just-
pollen?
You
You don't have
this-
an allergy response anymore.
Oh, sorry.
You're undead.
And you don't breathe it in.
Like, you can fake breathing so that people aren't weirded out, but like that doesn't mean suddenly your body's like, oh no, that thing we're allergic to, because your body just stays silent because it's dead and being puppeted by your fucked up cursed blood.
Damn.
I point
Yeah.
off to the side and go, "I'll look over here," and just wander away so I don't have to watch this anymore.
Okay.
Is there any distinguishing features or anything about the attacker?
The body is silent.
He stands up, clean, like wiping his eyes a little bit on his on his t-shirt.
And purpose defeated. Excellent. So here's the real problem. I mean, besides them doing the whole masquerade violation thing, all of these bodies have been very obvious and easy to find and very clearly weird. And just starts kind of like looking around back towards either end of the alley and up towards windows at the rooftops. Do they want to be found?
If they were like a kindred, I don't know why they would want to be found.
I mean, they took what, like a mouthful or two?
Maybe they're just purposely trying to cause problems between us and the humans for some reason. I don't know for sure, but that's what I think.
Purposely doing whatever they're doing on purpose, because, I mean, you could just seal up a bite and no one would be any the wiser.
And it's definitely the work of that kindred, in your opinion?
Well,
or a suitably sized human.
I don't know. Because if it was a human or something else, I guess, if the venom or the poison used isn't necessarily their own, they would be subject to it as well. And humans don't really have their own venom now, do they? So there would have to be some type of negative effect to them. You wouldn't just dose somebody with something in your own mouth with, I don't know, fake vampire teeth. So either kindred or something else supernatural that has some type of venom like ours, but different.
Do you think it might be some creature trying to frame a kindred?
I'm gonna go with my previous answer, and then he just shrugs.
Could we... Sorry.
Okay.
No, you go. I interrupted you twice.
I think no one's done talking.
Yeah, I was just responding to them.
So go ahead, I guess.
Could we swap the bite marks for any kind of poison to see if it's a specialty or trace it somehow?
I mean, I guess my alchemy's not that great. And he kind of like straightens up just a little bit, like, okay, maybe it's okay, because at least he has some alchemy as a specialty. But then kind of sinks back into himself. I guess it's worth it. I still have some. Wiggles the little tube for a moment, and then we'll collect some of the blood to see if we would be able to separate anything and find out what the effect is, or what's causing the effect.
You put it away for now.
That's alchemy.
Yeah, you put it away for now. Unfortunately, without the right equipment, it would be impossible to do out here in the field.
Oh no, I would have to go back to my haven to do it.
Yeah. But you can go ahead and put a bite sample.
And then can I make an occult roll to see if anything, any other supernatural creatures spring to minds that have something akin to this?
Sure, go ahead. This will be an intelligence occult.
Difficulty?
3.
God damn.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
He's fucking nerd, bro. Let's go.
I'm dressed like a nerd, named like a nerd. What do you want?
Exactly what you're doing is what I want.
Going over a list in your mind, you don't know of any other creatures really that have bite marks similar to how a kindred would feed. The closest you could guess would be a lichen or a werewolf. I'm trying to think if they actually have a different name. No, yeah, werewolf. A werewolf, but they are aggressive and their bite force is not to be reckoned with. You don't think it would leave anything this clean. there's a variety of other creatures that could shapeshift, but a lot of this feels just more artificial. The more you think about this, no creature would do something like this unless they're trying to get the Camaria's attention. That's, or the Kindred's attention overall, if they're unknowing. Your best guess is it's possible that another of the Temerae could concoct something like this, but after just getting pretty much like the okay to be with the cool kids in Seattle, you'd find it hard to believe that one of them would willingly put that at risk. Regardless, it's not out of the realm of suspicion. But no, you don't think of any creatures innately that would do anything like this.
Yeah, then out of concern for the clan as a whole kind of getting the stink eye on the regular, does not bring up that particular note. But does just kind of say, I don't think a human could have pulled it off based on what Ted said. And, I mean, it's clearly not one of those shapeshifters. It's certainly not werewolves. They tear the thing's head off. It has to be one of us. I don't know why they're trying to get everybody's attention, but all of this is on purpose. Someone's playing us along for something.
With this, Ted is going to stand up and get to the entrance of the alley where the corpse would have walked through, and do the same thing he did again, trying to investigate. With this time, trying to almost see if he can piece together the movement of the killer. See, from the pieces he has of how they attacked the victim, trying to see if, like, is there any, like, clues, any, like, remnants, any traces that, like, someone else was here.
Okay. This is actually going to be an awareness. So this will use your wits and awareness.
Well, that's not a bad roll still.
Ophelia will go with them, but not only to stare down the cops, to just not pay any attention to them. Make them keep people out of the way, not pay attention to us.
Difficulty?
This one will be a difficulty 3.
Okay. Do I get any extra dice because I pieced together a crime scene before?
No, because you're looking for any physical traces that might lead here. If you're just making a guess, you could, but if you're looking for actual, like, any physical tracks or anything like that, you just gotta use what you got.
That's fair.
You could surge your blood. Well, too late now.
Ah, shit. I didn't know that was an option.
I didn't mention it earlier, but yeah, you could use a blood surge.
What would that do for me?
You'd add your blood potency in dice, which for you guys I think is only 1.
Yeah.
Could I try that? Because I would have if I knew.
I'm gonna say no, unfortunately.
Okay.
You only would use it now because you know that you missed by 1. So if you had succeeded, you wouldn't have even tried. The whole point of blood surge is you take a bit of hunger risk to enhance your chances on the check.
Yeah, true.
So, unfortunately, Seattle's a very rainy city, and these back alleyways don't have much in the way of identifying. If there were any tracks and, like, any surrounding muck or anything, it's washed away. You've already confirmed that the body is several hours old at this point. So, there's just not much in the way. Whoever this individual was did not make much of a ruckus of it. Looking at the surrounding bags of plastic garbage bags and everything, nothing seems too out of sorts. So whoever did this did it quickly, and probably, from what you got, you guess that they probably took the individual down in about a minute, but the struggle was no longer than 10 seconds.
As he's like does the same move, closing his eyes, focusing, opening it, just like a few seconds, then just say an exhale. Doesn't seem like he whoever our killer was left any obvious trace.
I mean, if they just walked in and out of an alley, then I suppose they wouldn't. Does glance at the walls, though, just in case there's any proof of scrambling up and down walls. It's more than aware some kindred are perfectly physically capable.
If you want, you can also make a wits awareness.
Could I also?
Sure.
Same difficulty of 3?
Yes.
You know what? Fair, I'll try.
I haven't rolled on here before. Is there any
Jesus
special way?
Christ, Vale.
Just click on the skill itself, and then it will ask you to add, if you want to add any other thing. And then if you have bonus dice, and then it will ask you what the difficulty is.
Okay, just making sure.
And
Thank
don't
you.
forget, if you have aspects, the heightened senses, you could use that to add your aspects to your checks for
Shit, I
any
could've done
perception-based
that too.
checks.
Oh, yeah. I also have aspects, but my base wits and awareness are pretty good, so.
Well, yeah, the point of using heightened senses is it just adds to your perception-based checks.
I got a stupid question.
Sure.
What should I put for the extra dice value?
Do you have heightened senses?
0.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I have aspects, but I just took the sense the unseen for anybody who's invisible, see other people using aspects, see ghosts in the room, potentially dormant blood sorcery.
Yeah, Ted could have
Also-
used his aspects because he has heightened
I could.
senses.
Also, that's not a stupid question.
It's not super.
Okay, phew. I just haven't used this ever.
No
This
worries.
is the first time rolling. But besides that, how many extra dice do I roll? I was still
No
not
extra
sure.
dice. No extra dice if you don't have
Okay,
heightened
perfect.
senses.
So leave it 0, and the difficulty is 3.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Okay. You all kind of take a look around. Ophelia, when you kind of hear this, you're a wall crawler yourself in some regard. So you look around for any telltale signs. As you all kind of peer around the scene, no, nothing confirming anyone crawling up the walls. Y'all feel that you have a pretty good sense for it too. You can confirm that the individual left the scene probably stand normally.
And a few hours ago, when the body was killed, what time would it have been?
At the current time that is right now, it's about 10 o'clock. So anywhere between 5 in the afternoon and 7 is probably when this happens.
When did the sun go down?
It is currently late April, so the sun went down somewhere around 8.
So we would still be unconscious.
Unless one of them, attempted to stay up longer, but yeah, or get up earlier, it is possible.
Okay. Oh god, making yourself get up like that is so irritating. And always a risk.
Yep.
Okay, so they were normal enough to be on the streets earlier into the night, or evening, afternoon. Covered up for the rain? But they would have to be really covered up and stay behind the buildings. I don't know. Was it overcast enough?
It's been a pretty rainy day. It's been a pretty thick overcast day.
You're one clearing of the clouds away, and just violently shudders at that.
And if anyone pulls out their phone and looks at the weather report, it's been a pretty overcast day pretty much all day. And it's April showers season. It rains pretty much like 80% of the time.
Okay. So, perfectly feasible that a kindred was out. However, they definitely had to wake early with intention or just stay up during the day to do this before most of us are up and about. Makes it easier to do it quick and then just toddle off.
Man, this one is a toughie.
For Noman and Ted, go ahead and roll your insight and intelligence checks.
All right. Oh shit, I'm not good at insight, but I'm
Insight.
smart.
But you're smart enough, you might figure it out. The difficulty for this check will be 3.
Yeah, I intentionally gave him no insight. He's just like
Same.
bookworm who's not good with people.
Same. Like he's better at
Here's to
talking
character
objects.
decisions. And difficulty 3.
Yep.
I had used the bathroom. What happened?
Just rolling.
The primary investigators are rolling a check on my...
You can rouse your blood if you'd like.
Yeah,
Oh, you already made yours. Never
Yeah,
mind.
you gotta do that beforehand. So yeah, you both cannot figure a reason why any kindred would go through all this much effort.
Why would
Yeah.
anybody want this kind of attention?
I've always been told it was bad.
Well,
So-
even more on, you don't know why someone would get up early and go through the effort of doing this in daylight hours equivalently. That's what's bothering
terrifying.
you.
Fuck that.
Yeah, I don't get that either. I mean, I only hunt when people are asleep.
Oh,
That's not weird to you. That's pretty normal.
never
actually.
mind.
Yeah. No worries, no worries.
I guess I can try one more thing. This might work.
I'm tapped out without an alchemy set, so yes.
He stands up. I will activate premonition again. Will probably provoke a rouse check, but he'll just say out loud, "Is there anything else that saw what happened?"
Go ahead. Make a rouse.
Yo.
Nice.
Yo, do I
Yeah.
immune to hunger now because I crit succeeded?
No.
Uh-huh.
Yo, I feel
We're
bad.
always a little hungry. Unless you kill somebody.
Fair.
Let's see. Okay, yeah, let's just make sure there wasn't anything for getting 2 successes on that. Nope. You just don't gain hunger.
Hi.
So go ahead and make for me your resolve plus aspects.
And I will surge.
Okay. So go ahead and make an arouse check then.
I'll cancel this roll then. Ooh.
Failure. You gain a point of hunger.
Ooh, my tummy rumbled. But I still can get a +1.
Yeah. The only thing the rouse check really does is just whether you get hunger or not.
Cool, makes sense.
You get one more check on the
Weird.
die.
Beast is angry.
Difficulty.
The no difficulty. This is your insight is based on how good the roll is.
There you go.
And some things for y'all to remember as well, since you're all kind of like pushing some of your checks here. You can spend willpower points of willpower to re-roll 3 dice, not including hunger dice, on any check, except when the rules specifically exclude willpower rolls. Take control of your character for 1 turn during a frenzy, or while under the influence of something like dominate or presence, to perform minute movements while impaled by a wooden stake, or to ignore health damage penalties, including impairment, for 1 round. So you can't always use your willpower to reroll dice, except where it mentions that you cannot.
Could I do it now?
Let's check your premonition.
Might as well try it out.
I don't see anything saying you can't.
Okay, so what kind of thing would I roll?
You would just roll 3d10.
Okay, just standardly.
Yeah. All right, that's a total of 6 successes then on the check, because those are all successes. All right. Oh,
and by the way, it is loud enough that possibly a cop or two might have heard that.
Yeah, and whenever you rouse to use your ability, don't add your hunger until after the check, because you all get bonus on your checks for hunger.
My sheet did that.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, it automatically did. Okay.
Yeah, it automatically did it.
All right, then we'll make rouse checks after abilities are used. It'll make it easier. But all right, so you search out, and as you're kind of standing there, suddenly you see several of the garbage bags begin to move as if something is inside.
He'll make his way over to the garbage bags.
You see something clawing at the plastic, trying to rip its way free.
He'll free it.
You open the plastic bag, and inside you find a very old Barbie doll. And as you open it, she speaks, fully animated to you.
And he's holding it up, so it's clear that he's just holding a doll.
I do blood magic, and that's fucked up.
The Barbie doll is missing 1 arm, is stripped naked, and her hair is just a mess. Part of it is missing, and a lot of it has some sticky gum mixed into it. Regardless, she speaks to you, and she says, I saw it. I saw what happened. I saw who the individual was. They were smaller, maybe. Smaller than the target. They leapt onto their back. It was bizarre, strange. But after the individual was bitten, he stopped moving for a moment. And after, I don't know, exactly 18 seconds, the individual dropped to the ground. Whoever was there then just walked off, keeping their clothes tight against them. Oh. Something. I heard screaming. Yes. Their teeth were screaming.
Huh. Is there anything else?
Nope, I just saw the attacker with their screaming teeth bit into the individual and then dropped them.
Okay. And final question. Do you want to go back to the garbage, or do you want to go somewhere else?
Oh, you're too kind, really. I'm already used up. I've already been played with plenty. This is my home now. I belong in the trash. In my house, I have a lot of things that have helped me. You could meet some others that are like you. Maybe make some new friends. I would like that. I would like that a lot.
All right. As he pulls his bag that he has around and puts it in his backpack.
Aw.
Ted is a hoarder.
He's so kind.
That is a conviction he has. It's a he believes that those that think are, and they must be respected. He's
And
very
he
polite
was-
to things to talk.
See, and this is why we meet at my haven most of the time.
Yeah, I think we went to Ted's Haven once, and then I immediately left.
It's also haunted, so
That and
It is
Charles
also
doesn't
haunted,
like you.
yeah.
Charles doesn't like any of you.
Yes.
Oh.
listen. I even tried leaving offerings, like you said, for your little house ghost. It's just he's ornery.
But yeah, you would know then. He does have a few cabinets that are full of just random bullshit of varying levels of quality and upkeep.
Yeah, if I use my ability, I could see your fucking ghost too. So he's like, oh god, he's crazy, but he's right.
And he'll turn around and relay all that information. So it might be, yeah, my little theory about it possibly being a big human seems to be kicked. This one had screaming teeth. I don't know what that means.
I turned to leave.
At the Malkavian.
He looks over at Novin like, do you know what that means?
I'm gonna say, unless our darling storyteller says otherwise, he probably just like puts his hands together, a little steeple, and kind of puts them in front of his mouth, and then points them at you and goes, "No, I don't. I have no clue what you're talking about."
You know of no creatures with screaming teeth.
I turn to the group and say, okay, so here's what we know. The victim is a lonely worker. The attacker is a supernatural being
With screaming teeth.
who used some method to
The teeth scream.
delay the decaying process of this body.
That could be what the screams do.
Could it have been that the attacker was screaming?
No. The doll was very clear.
Okay, maybe it was hissing or growling, and it just sounded like it was coming from the teeth specifically. Otherwise, the only screaming teeth I can possibly think of are some weird mechanical construction that had like hydraulics or something in it, and I highly doubt anybody's running around with clockwork teeth.
Or decaying teeth that Ted here could talk to?
He turns his head to the backpack to see if the doll has any input.
The doll is inanimate, laying in your bag.
That's
A
very
slight
fair.
smile on her face.
Must be
I-
tired.
I'm like, well,
Okay.
or maybe the doll isn't really alive and talking and knows what it's talking about.
Listen, the way I'm going with this is that they clearly have some type of insight. If this is how he copes, fine. You have to admit he's normally right. In some way, eventually. It's worked before? Just kind of helplessly shrugs.
Unless he's figured out a lot more than you have.
I figured out the victim's identity.
Well, a driver's ID will do that. And then immediately, like, clamps his mouth shut, realizing he just... sassed.
I am just staring at you.
He's not making eye contact.
Direct eye contact for so long.
We didn't like check him as he goes over and starts like patting his pockets down.
You do find a wallet. They do have a student ID for UW. Or WU.
Oh, this was
Maybe
a
you
mercy
don't.
kill.
Maybe you do.
Maybe you know.
Yeah, okay.
Opens up the wallet. First, any money?
No, but you do find some. You do find like a bank card for Puget Sound. Let's see, it's Puget PS. Oh god, what is that bank called?
Is it for the? I thought you were talking about like a
No,
ferry
no,
card.
no. It's no. There's an Orca card in there. Yes, though.
Yeah.
The
hate
guy's
Will.
name is Garrett. Oh God, Dabrowski.
Yep,
Random
that's
name
how that's
generator
pronounced.
names. I'm definitely putting that in the chat. There you go.
He does swipe the orca card, by the way. He just pulls out that card and pockets it.
Dubs Burkowski, I see.
Stepping in between Noman and Alistair, just puts a hand on Alistair's shoulder. He is right.
Well, where should we head now? Should we look into the victim's life?
I really think that this was probably just an opportunity kill. Somebody walked into a dark alleyway with their head down, feeling really sad for themselves, and got murdered. I mean, honestly, it was probably a mercy. They've got a student ID. I spent most of my time hoping I got hit by a car on campus so that I could sue somebody and pay it off, but he just kind of shrugs. Not really a concern anymore.
Being a student's not that bad.
He has this distant look for a moment and just...
Because
Sure.
you were like a high school student, right?
No,
Yeah.
college.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Anyway,
Colleges are always really interesting. Never attended, but
yeah, they're great if you enjoy dead. But anyway, we can head back, and I can try and look into the blood. Otherwise, I'm not sure much more we're going to get out of this individual. Unless our killer's, like, hanging around, creeping on us while we're doing this. But I haven't seen anything yet.
Ophelia, as you've been kind of keeping an eye less on the scene and more on the surroundings, you do know that there's a very incredibly popular pair of nightclubs. There's Trinity and the Underground, just around the corner of the alleyway, out in the direction that this perpetrator would have moved. It would have been a little early, but it would have been right around the time of opening for both of these kind of areas.
Oh, no,
There's
you
also a
ended up-
cafe on the corner of Yesler Way.
maybe a bouncer saw? Like saw them leave?
Or cameras.
He was going to the nightclub, right?
He's going to a bar.
Yeah, the victim was going to a bar.
No, the victim was going to the nightclub. Or was
Oh.
not
Yeah.
going to the nightclub, was creeping on some girl who goes to the nightclub.
Oh god.
And the
Anyway.
girl killed him!
Came from one of those two directions, so somewhere along the street, maybe a camera or a bouncer if they would have been outside. I don't know, I didn't go to clubs.
I'll start walking down the direction that he came. Try and see if there's a camera around that direction.
Ted will follow and is looking for the same thing, actually.
Okay.
Well, I as well. And if we pass the cop that we first met, Ophelia will, like, taunt him with, like, you know, in like anime when they like stick their tongue out and like pull one of their like bottom, like below their eye down. Just taunt people. Just do that at them.
Mhm.
Earn the enemy disadvantage.
I already have disliked as to a disadvantage.
It's okay. We're both disliked. We're all disliked. I mean, admittedly,
Yeah!
we're a fucking Bruja, a Tremere, and a fucking Malkavian. So
Yeah, that's true.
It's
people
hard-
don't like us.
It's hard to respect a guy when you invite him to like an office and he starts talking to like your
Your
painting on the wall
stapler.
rather than you.
Am I the only one who has no one that dislikes me?
I mean, that makes sense.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have actively an enemy, and I'm part of a clan nobody trusts because they do fucked up blood magic all the damn time.
I just can't touch silver and have to count seeds when they're spilled and bleed from openings all over my body when I get hungry.
No, see, the Ventru's got this. Both of you guys are fine, especially because, like, if somebody chooses to not like you, you just go, no, you like me. And then they go, oh, yeah, I've always liked you.
Why didn't
Meanwhile,
I
the
pick that before?
Malkavian's crazy, I'm a blood mage, and the Bruja is literally cursed to where if you go, hey, do this, they go, no, fuck you, does the opposite. I hate this family.
I love this family.
Oof.
Anyway,
Works
so you said you were going in the direction where they came from, or where they were
Yeah.
going to?
Where they
Because you
came
guys have a
from.
map there.
I'll go to where they were going to. I'll go the other direction.
Should
Okay.
we leave?
So
alone.
who's going towards, I guess, Trinity, and who's going towards Fuel Sports?
I'll go to Fuel Sports.
That's where they were coming from.
Other way.
I'll
Okay.
go to Fuel Sports.
Okay.
Velvet Elvis Arts Lounge Theater.
Do I need to draw arrows on the map?
No.
I said several times they were heading towards Trinity.
Yeah. And I was not fully, understanding.
Dumb, got it.
Bad case of the dumb. All right, cool. So who's going with Alistair to Fuel Sports? Okay. So Alistair, I guess you're going alone.
Oh wait, I'll go.
Fine by me.
So I guess you're going with Alistair.
Yes. I'm just gonna make sure he's not super weird in public and scuttles after Ted because he's gonna be weird in public.
He's looking for cameras, yeah.
And nightclubs are more Ophelia's thing, so.
Sorry. Okay. We'll start with
Ventru duo high five. Our own little Ventru adventure.
Yes. High five.
Adventru, if you will.
Damn it, I was gonna say
Yes!
that. Damn it! I was reaching for my push to talk.
Too bad.
Beautiful puns. Thank you. More puns.
It wasn't even really a pun. It's funny to say two things and push them together.
Devin's not even
Out of the
here. This isn't
portmanteau.
supposed to happen to me.
It's not a
Oh,
pun,
it
it's a
is.
portmanteau.
Yeah, it's a portmanteau.
Different.
It is meant to happen
It's
because we
the
already
Those
signed
are
off
fun.
Devin.
Humor.
Anyway, on to Fuel Sports. The Ventru duo come up. Fuel Sports is a main street sports bar, more or less. It's got big fluorescent lights in the front that say Fuel Sports. There is a fluorescent race car kind of skidding in the window, and inside you can see it is full of people who are currently watching some ongoing game and chatting.
I guess I'll look in either direction. From here, can we see any cameras that would catch the street?
No, it doesn't seem to be that case. Right across the street from y'all is a small park, the Occidental Park. It's a nice place, lots of hangout buildings. There also seems to be some kind of apartment building, but there's no cameras on the outside. The best you might have gotten is a street light camera, but the distance here, depending on how they walked, they could have passed them, but the cameras are orientated down the center of the roads and not towards the sidewalks. So even if you did see something, it wouldn't be much more than probably some tightly, clothed individual.
Do we think that they would be coming from somewhere around here in particular, or are they off in the distance probably to start walking that way?
I mean, the individual could have come from any direction. It's hard to say.
I look to my Ventru compatriots and say, well, this doesn't seem like a very fruitful venture here. Do you see anything I don't?
let me look. Can I roll something to see if anything's like out of the ordinary or anything that could help me with this?
Out of the... What do you mean by out of the ordinary?
Oh, I mean, like... Sorry, I'm just thinking,
No, I'm trying to decide what to make you roll. So, like, what are you looking? Are you looking... Because there's probably not going to be any physical clue. You could try to investigate the scene and decide, like, maybe a course of action you would like to take. Or you could maybe try to... You could look at your phone and look at nearby buildings, and maybe you could try to find where the individuals may have come from.
I'll go with the first one, just in case.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and roll for me a investigation with your... Or... No. Insight with your choice of either intelligence or wits.
Oh no, my insight's horrible.
Y'all are really bad at figuring out what people are thinking.
Well, I thought one of these people would have a good insight, but...
I'm a nerd and he's crazy. So, we're out of the running there. You Ventru should have taken
I have
insight.
decent insight.
I'm beef.
I can insight with you.
Your beef,
Thank
your
you.
arms are very impressive.
Thank you.
What would I add to an insight?
Your choice of intelligence or wits.
They're the same. Here we go.
And how much of the extra dice? Sorry, I keep asking this, but I don't want to mess it up.
You don't add any extra dice unless you have something that says you do.
Okay. What's the difficulty?
The difficulty for this check will be 3.
Sweet.
Yo.
So good at insight.
Oh, thank you for rolling.
You and I have the
Alright.
same insight.
So you're both kind of thinking, Augustus, you don't get out much. You've never gotten out, actually. When you think about, what would cause individuals to move in this way, you're just kind of left at a blank. It seems strange, and the only thing you can really think of is that whoever attacked this individual must have been stalking them for some while. Alistair, what you get is pretty easy. Once Augustus kind of brings up the matter, you think to yourself and you look at your phone at any surrounding buildings. There is some apartment buildings not too far off from here. Considering the look of either of these individuals, though, they can't be staying in apartments downtown. The rent would be way too high for, individuals like this. And we already kind of confirmed that one of them comes from UW, which means that they're kind of a ways out. More than likely, they got off a bus around here. Probably looking down the road. Yeah, there's a bus stop not even that far down the road from where you're currently at. So you can at least guess Mr. Lonely came from that bus stop. Would have been your best guess. There's no reason why he would have walked further. He obviously wouldn't live around here. So he's come from that bus stop. So whoever was following after him must have at least seen him get off the bus, or more than likely saw him walk into the alleyway itself. They don't live in this immediate area, though, so unless they're chilling in the park or your stomach churns a little bit, there's some kind of vagabonds. They could have been living in the park. The thought is grotesque to you.
It's disgusting. I'll pat, after getting this pointed out to me, I'll just take a few seconds looking around and pat Augustus on the shoulder and just smile and say, "Good eyes," and start walking toward the bus stop.
Okay. we're going to cut now to those who are heading down towards Trinity. Excuse me. As you're all kind of heading in that direction, you see that there's a bunch of people who are kind of waiting to get in. The line's not too big, but it's definitely like 20 people long. There's this big bouncer guy out front. He's massive, bulky, thick arms, thick chest. He's got a shirt that, says Trinity on it up on the front. He's got blonde hair, blue eyes. He looks like, the incarnation of Thor standing before you all. And you don't see any cameras on the outside of the nightclub. And just getting a very cursory look at the individuals kind of entering in, the nightclub seems to be a lot more popular with, people in their mid-20s, give or take.
No cameras.
Well, I mean, the guy hadn't really gotten here yet, but if you're... Are we just looking to see if his attacker came back this way?
Seeing if, someone saw them, or if, a camera did.
Well, I mean, he was headed this way, so he hadn't got here yet, so... didn't see them together, but kind of looks around and twists a bit. Ophelia, maybe you and the bouncer can, maybe they saw something. Somebody come out of the alley that looked a little creepy and worrisome.
Do I know this bouncer? Probably been to Trinity before.
If you do, not personally enough. If they're not on your
Okay.
contacts lists, for instance.
Uh-huh. Do I at least know his name?
Yeah, actually. He's pretty renowned as a bouncer. Everyone calls him Thor. It's just kind of a nickname that he's accepted at this point. He's a no-shit kind of bouncer. Trinity's been really popping off lately, and this area is very, very popular. Not only that, but he's been kind of known to be a little harsh on individuals, vagabond individuals who kind of wander over from the park as, they look bad for business.
Well, he'd noticed someone looking bad for business, right? Kind of elbows gently.
Probably. Do you guys want me to do the talking, or you guys want to do it?
I mean, I could.
Maybe it's better if you do it, or we wait for the, other two. If you think you have it, then go right on, but I'm good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sure,
Shuffles
why not?
awkwardly in place.
If you want, follow me. Just walks across the street, giving a brief glance to both sides.
It's a somewhat busy street, but you find a big enough gap to just, jaywalk without any too much trouble.
Just jaywalk in front of the limos, it's fine.
When I get halfway across, I go, wait, cross back, and then hand the bat to them, and then walk back.
Ted follows, but he waits until he does it properly, and he waits for the intersection to say it's good.
All right, so you go all the way down. When the light, when the walk sign turns on, it just says, walking. It's talking
does
to you,
that.
but everyone can hear this one. Is this what they normally do?
Yeah.
Do you just hear walking, but
walking.
it's 2 times?
Hey, Ted, start walking.
Like you hear it saying walking like everyone else does, but it's also saying walking specifically to you with your special power.
Echo
No, I think he
chamber.
just
Like
hears it
echo.
at the beginning, like right before it starts. It just says, "Hey, Ted," and then it starts saying, "Walking, walking."
Ugh.
I want to see you interact with like a doll with a voice box.
Yes.
God, no.
I probably have one at my place.
No, and for the sake of babysitting Ted, we'll go with him. Basically, just takes the bat from Ophelia. We'll catch up. He's gonna do the he's doing the thing, and walks off after him down to the street crossing, and then waits, and then walks with him.
All right. So, Ophelia, you get there first. See a crowd of individuals kind of waiting to get in. It's drizzling at this point. The rain has died down somewhat. It's still kind of like April air. It's kind of cold. A lot of them are shivering or waiting, and Thor is just sitting there underneath the canopy, arms crossed, just waiting.
I just walk up. Hey, Thor.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? How you doing
Yeah,
tonight?
you know. Work is work.
Is it alright if I ask you a couple questions, real quick?
Yeah, I guess. I see you enough around here, Ophelia. He looks in. Some people walk out, and he looks around, and he motions a couple people in. The line shifts a bit. You can
see
hear,
that?
like, good, like, RDM music kind of playing inside.
Start for like just for a sec, just starts bobbing her head, and then just you see that alley over there?
Yeah,
Points
what
towards
about
the
it?
alley. Around opening time, do you remember seeing a creepy individual, not someone you wouldn't really necessarily let into the club, shorter than average, maybe? Just walk out of the alley around here.
I don't know. I see a lot of people coming by. I was kind of chatting with Henry inside when we were just getting started. No one even really started coming in until around like 7 o'clock, something like that. Why? Someone owe you money?
No, just looking for someone.
Yeah, no. Nothing that stands out to me. Any more information you can give me?
I do have his wallet.
We don't need
I
his
might.
information. He's dead. He never made it out of the alley.
Yeah.
We need
He
the
never
weird
passed
person.
Trinity, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, if we're looking for cameras or witnesses, they have to be for who attacked him, not him.
True.
Actually, do you know if there's any cameras on the outside of the building?
No, we don't got any cameras. No one. There's nothing in this alleyway anyone really cares about. We got cameras inside, but that's only, in the near the emergency exit on the other side. He motions through the building, probably on the next adjacent street.
Well, you can remember anything, go ahead, let me know next time you see me.
Sure.
Or actually, you want my phone number?
This is all
Sorry,
just the
I
lead
don't
up to
take
the
phone numbers from customers.
Fair.
It's
Yeah.
about this time that that the two weirdos arrive.
Thank you. And then walk towards the nerds.
Not fully understand the concept of like this. He's never been in a nightclub. Kind of what rolls over to Ophelia, looking the guy. Is it possible to figure out what his real name is? Like, not through his nickname, just what his full name is.
By looking at him, no.
What about magically?
No, it's not how your power works. You don't get definitive information.
Fair. Alright, I can't
The
do
best
the
you get
walkout
is
say his name.
sometimes you get gaslit by the storyteller who's like, you know what, this other Malkavian knows this person, so out of the cobweb comes the name, but you don't just get described for it.
Shame. Hey, Ophelia, we got your bat.
Oh, thanks.
So, how'd it go?
No dice. Wasn't really outside around opening time.
Okay, well, a business around here has to have cameras. Everybody has cameras now. We live in a surveillance state.
Ain't that the truth? They don't got cameras outside, just inside.
Yeah, cameras are weird.
To you, maybe.
No, they're just weirdly possessive.
Gives you a weird look, but like that's just the usual. Okay, and so no other buildings have them. Right, I guess we just go back to the others, and hopefully they have found something on the other side of the alley.
Hopefully.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Well, it's either that or we just start asking people on the side of the street, but it's been hours.
All right, so you all go meet up. The once they saw that you all kind of like dispersed around, Officer Lycan kind of comes up to you, Alistair, and she says, "Are you all done on the scene? Can we wrap up around here?"
Yes, if we needed anything else, I think we could just, well, makes like a little phone symbol with hand and just, Morgs, so it's fine.
Okay. We'll go ahead and wrap things up around here then. She turns on her heel and begins shouting orders to the other cops to get the body bag out and take pictures.
Were the Ventru still on the case?
No, I said you all group up together. In fact,
Oh,
she asked
okay.
that question to Alistair, but it's fine if someone answers.
Oh, I thought we had been caught, like, going back to get
No.
to them. Okay.
Hello, Alistair, you there?
Yes.
Okay.
Ophelia would have arrived first, because likely Ted would have gone back through the crosswalk and she
Oh,
would have just
100%.
jaywalked again.
Yeah.
They put on. They have a hard job. No one listens to them. They need some appreciation.
At
ain't
least
gonna be
someone
me.
cares about safety.
That's not the safety. It's just that they work hard, and someone should give them work to do.
I mean, the safety really doesn't mean anything from us. We can move it at human speeds.
It's the principle of it.
Sure. Anyway, we didn't find anything on our end.
All we found was that he was probably followed from when he got off the bus here, and they was followed into this alley, and then obviously
Yes. When you went to the bus stop, you did look at the schedule. The bus that was carrying the victim would have probably arrived somewhere around 6:13.
and they would have been here at 6:13. So time of death approximately 6:15.
Depending how fast they were walking.
Well, what's next then?
when we got here, it seemed like the officer implied that this was a multiple case thing.
Yeah, we were told that there's been a couple murders like this. That's
Oh,
why there's like a set, like it's the vampire killer.
yeah.
Yeah. Have we investigated those ones, or is this our first?
This is the first one that you've come fresh, quote unquote, to the scene.
Okay.
Everything else was kind of found like a day or whatever post the fact, and most of the murders have been found during daytime hours. This is the most convenient one that's come up that you can all investigate. And this would be the fourth in the case.
Do we have access to the records from the previous kills?
Unfortunately, not the exact records, but you were given a brief overview.
So we don't have like the estimated time of death from the autopsies of the other bodies found?
Only for the first body
Is
at
it
this time. And
is it possible to use my advantage to get that information? The let he who hath understanding.
And what does that one do?
Storyteller will give you one clue freely to understand, investigator, detect the hairs. No, wait, actually, different one. Clandestine information. You can use a digital dead drop to request a hack from Ambros's fan community. Once per story, you can get one piece of information stored online about most mortals within 2 to 20 hours. Would that work?
Yeah, I mean, you can set that up now.
Okay.
You'd have to wait for it.
Fair.
I mean, we have connections in the city, and we're on a mission for the prince. So if we say like, "Hey, can we get from the cops the autopsy records for the previous kills for the vampire killer," then we can probably just get it. Just be at a delay.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah, and
It
currently...
was mostly just out of curiosity to look at like what their estimated times of death, and then try and figure out like the delay in what they would say it was based on the weird effect of the blood.
Currently, this has all taken place in the span of about 2 weeks. A little over 2 weeks now.
City morgues
first-
do stay pretty backed up.
Yeah, the first body has had a preliminary autopsy done, but all the blood work and everything like that has not been finished yet, and probably won't be for another couple weeks.
Do we know the identity of the other victims?
Yes, you do. The other victims all seem to be, well, first of all, most of the kills have taken place somewhere in the downtown, between downtown and the pier. So all of them have been in pretty heavily populated areas, but areas that are also notoriously filled with all kinds of hidey holes and back alley streets and everything like that for, things to happen. Not only that, but none of the kills have been recorded on camera, or nothing has been found. Most of the bodies have been found, like I said, the next day after the murder. This is the first one that has been found this quickly, and that's because the police force has been actively searching.
And just to check it off, have there been any connections, at least even loose ones, between the people killed?
No, unfortunately. Everyone has been found in some back alley area, and they range mostly young to middle-aged individuals. People who have a reason to be out walking the streets, which are mostly people in their 20s and 30s.
Do they have reason to believe that they fall into sort of the same blood resonance category?
Unfortunately, you do not have that information at this time.
Can we go back to the exact location of the crime scene so Ted could talk to the objects around that scene? Or
You've already done that today. Or are you talking about the other ones?
Yeah, the other ones.
I see. You could. A lot has... Well, not a lot. Several days have happened since then and now. So the scenes might just not be as fresh.
Yeah, it'd probably be harder to get information, like in general, even with like investigation stuff.
If we don't end up with another lead, though, it may take me a while to deal with the blood, so you guys could always try looking into it while I'm handling that.
We could go to the morgue to try and examine the bodies of the other ones too.
Well, something that you found, that if all the other cases are similar to this, you've gotten pretty much anything you would have found on any of the other bodies.
Yeah.
If they all happen to be phlegmatic or something, it would just be a preference for whoever they're targeting. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, if they all were of the same resonance, though, you could maybe confirm that it was a kindred.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm
unfortunately, blood resonance fades pretty quickly after death.
I see.
Then checking the sample of that might be the way to go. We could always try checking out another crime scene.
Unfortunately, and for those who are unaware, like toxicology reports and things that find this kind of information, they can take a length of time from anywhere to several days to several weeks, depending on what elements you're finding.
Roughly how long would it take me to do my sample, though?
And you have the alchemy.
Yep.
That's under science?
Yes. At least it was grouped under science in a previous version, but it could go under occult. It's whatever you deem it. I have a specialty in alchemy and a specialty in, like, specifically kindred blood.
Even for what you have, see, how they work is they take a sample and they take, like, either DNA strands or they'll take, like,
oh, no, I meant fucked up blood magic. Like, if there's anything I can ask, like, if the professor's not too busy to do it, or otherwise, like, if I have some occult means of figuring out what contaminant is in the blood.
Unfortunately, that would... Your alchemy would be best for finding, like, blood resonance, honestly, would be the thing that it would be the most accurate in finding. You could probably also determine...
Well, that's useless, because I can taste the blood and know it's resonance immediately if I taste the blood.
You might also be able to identify how the person died doing so, but in a much more vague way. You would get your blood... The alchemy would come up as, like, the individual was filled with a lot of suffering on death, or there is some, like, if they died to, like, a supernatural poison that's not normally capable of being found, you would be able to find that with your alchemy.
Okay, so nothing I can do can figure out what the venom present in the or poison present in the blood is.
Not beyond the standard means, which is just be a toxicology report, which takes several days.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah. I felt like elaborating as well to tell you what your alchemy actually applies to in this situation.
Well, I rescind my prior statements.
It's fine. So, you have a list of things you could do. You could talk to people. You could wait for some reports that might not help you find who the individual is, though, and what they're actually doing. It just will tell you the how.
Just check the buses you didn't... Were there any cameras or anyone who'd been around, like, I don't know, those cafes that have the big, stupidly large windows so everyone can see everything?
There was no cameras that we could find except for a street camera. That wouldn't be too helpful, but we didn't ask anyone, though.
There was one restaurant with a really big window, though, right?
Yeah, Fuel Sports. It's the sports bar you went to. Or
And
walked in front of.
That was like... So he would have had to pass Fuel Sports to...
He would have had to pass Fuel Sports to get to the alleyway, yeah.
We might as well check fuel sports. It seems like there might be a lead there.
There has to be someone that saw him.
Can ask whoever's handling seating. They've been up near the front doors. Might have seen somebody creep off by.
Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Starts heading that way.
Okay. So this time heading towards the I guess you all head into the sport bar this time. The place is loud and smells of life in all its best and worst ways. There's good food being cooked in the back, lots of greasy, sports bar food, the strong smell of alcohol. For those who have heightened senses, I would like for you all to make a, we'll call this a wits awareness roll, please. And make sure you add your aspects if you have heightened senses.
What's the difficulty?
The difficulty for this will be 2. Do you not have heightened senses, Alistair?
I don't think so.
Then why'd you roll?
I don't know.
Am I not speaking clearly today? I'm actually concerned.
I thought you said you had
No.
stuff
No,
if
you
had
are.
heightened senses.
Don't worry.
I'm only listening to half the things, and then I get stuck on that half of the things rules, and then forget to listen to the rest of it.
It's a Budo problem, not a you problem.
It's happened multiple times with other people today.
I'm location illiterate. It's hard for me to space like locations on a map, even if I'm told exactly what I'm saying. That one's.
I mean, I gave you all a picture.
Yeah, no, that doesn't help me. I'm really bad with. I have a really bad sense of direction.
We're at fuel sports.
It's okay. Me too. Me too.
Anywho, yes. So, Ted,
Yeah.
as you kind of enter into this place, you get a very strong smell. The place is filled with all kinds of people who are talking, laughing, having a good time, and there is a hint of anxiety. Looking around, you smell that the bartendress is very anxious about something. And as you kind of look at her, she is very constantly looking out the window. She does notice you all, but that you all don't seem to be the target of her anxiety.
He's gonna lean over to Alistair and just say, "The bartender's really anxious. Might be something there, actually."
I see. I'll walk up.
You come up. She is a younger, probably mid-20s brunette. She's wearing a smock that has the store logo on it, and she is currently waiting for what appears to be food to be cooked. And she's just kind of looking around. As she notices your approach, she just smiles and she is like, "Hi, welcome. Feel free to take a seat. I don't think we have any lounge seats around." And she's looking about. We have some stools.
I see. I'll sit on a stool and cross my legs and put my hands on my knees. I'll just stare at her for a few seconds, for enough time to make it a little bit uncomfortable.
She definitely becomes uncomfortable even before it should be.
Go ahead. I'll just glance over out the window and like in the direction of where they would have walked past. And I say, I'll look over and say, were you working here around 6-ish, 6:30?
Ted, you hear her heartbeat pick up. Yeah, I was.
I see.
She swallows hard.
This is a nice place. I assume the pay is pretty good, right?
Yeah. It's helping me through school, actually.
Yeah,
Tips
that's
are really good.
always good. It's probably nice to have such a nice view too. Just looks
Her
out the
eyes
window.
widen when you say this, slightly, as if you say something, that shocks her somewhat, and she's like, I guess, yeah, mostly just Seattle's streets.
I'm kind of interested. What kind of things do you usually see out on those streets? Anything interesting lately?
She looks dumbfounded for a moment, then a bell rings behind her as a hand comes out and taps the bell, and she's like, "Oh, sorry. Let me go set this out first, and then I can answer your questions." And she gets up and she moves to deliver the food.
Just patiently waiting.
Before she even gets done, the bell rings and she has to run back and deliver another set of food. You're starting to feel that it's going to be hard to talk to her for any amount of time unless this food situation gets handled.
Can I see the chef in the back or whoever's ringing this bell?
You can barely see them, yeah, from your position. If you got up and walked to the front area where the window is, you probably could.
Okay. Can I just make eye contact with them from where I'm sitting?
From where you're sitting, no. Like I said, you only saw an arm before. You'd have to get up and stand there.
After a few minutes, I'll just stand up calmly and walk over to where I can see them, and waiting for their next ring of the bell. Once they come out, I'll catch their attention, sort of, and just say, Mr. Bellringer, if you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate it if you paused and held off on ringing that bell any longer until I'm done with my business here. And I'll use, I guess, Mesmerize for this one, or that fall under Compel too.
This would be a compel.
Okay.
So, go ahead and first, just to catch his attention, roll for me a composure and persuasion.
Okay. Does my stunning apply to this roll?
What is your stunning?
I add 2 extra dice to appropriate social dice pools.
Yes.
Nice.
This would be to catch his eye, so perfect.
So it's persuasion and composure.
Yes. And you add 2 extra dice.
Difficulty?
Difficulty 2.
I'm gonna slam this check.
Woohoo.
Yeah.
You stand there. Before you even speak, they notice you. And the guy saying there, when you make the requests, everyone around you kind of looks. They're like, oh, look at this guy in the suit here, just making demands of this guy who's just working. Something boils up in your blood, Ophelia, at this sight. But when you do so, the guy just, it's like, Sure. And he goes doing his work. It's a little awkward, but he complies.
Much appreciated. And I go back to sit down. And as I'm walking back, I'll just look to everyone else who's judging me and use my my awe ability to just sort of, as I'm walking back, I'll just glance at everyone and say, "No need to be concerned. Here, feel free to go about your business." Just like trying to push them away from paying attention.
Okay. Go ahead and make a charisma, persuasion, or intimidation if you wanna.
No, I do not.
Okay, charisma, persuasion, and because you're using your awe feature, you're going to add your presence to the check.
Nice. And do I add stunning?
No.
Okay.
I don't think you're hot enough to pull this move.
They get you already get their attention innately. Your stunning is good for that, not for persuading people.
Difficulty?
2. Okay. One guy, a little drunk at the bar, was just about to be like, "Hey, buddy," and you kind of turn, and you say this, and he's like, "Yeah." And they all kind of like, "Oh god, all right." Sit back and kind of ignore you. Everyone around can feel the pure dominating energy radiating off of Alistair in this moment.
I smile politely at everyone and return to my seat.
As you look over Ophelia, she just rolls her eyes at you.
Ted gives you a
guess
little
it's-
thumbs up.
I guess this looks shocked.
Eventually, the girl comes back. And looking at her name, the name tag says Gemma. And she says, right, so you wanted to talk about what I've seen earlier. She leans in. Are you with the police?
No, the police are with us.
She looks confused for a moment. She
They just say
doesn't
they
know
hired a
what to
private
say.
investigator.
Do
I
you say this out
refuse.
loud, or do you whisper it to Alistair?
Yeah, I guess if we're close enough, then there's just a. The police have hired a private investigator. So, of a sort.
Oh, I see. Okay. She takes
I
it
just-
with no need to roll.
I just refuse to admit that. To
Yeah, you're just
say
being.
that I'm under some
okay.
under the police.
You're just being a venturer. It's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm used to translating asshole for you guys. I'm just not good at persuading people myself.
I'm just smiling politely, and when you say that we're working for the police, I just turn and smile in your direction.
Does not looking at her with a pleasant, if slightly nervy, and then just kind of like, anyway, and then like kind of gestures attention away, back to Alistair. Like, yes, you handle it, not me. Fades back into the distance. I wish I could turn invisible.
Noman becomes slightly transparent in the scene.
Hides
Yep.
behind
Continue.
Ophelia.
Envious of Nosferatu.
Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know your clan had the ability to go invisible.
Anyway, she's like, okay. Then the rumors are right. Someone did die just right on the other side of the wall.
Unfortunately, that is the case.
She swallows hard again. Yeah. Was it some guy wearing some green trench coat or something? That's what I've been hearing.
You've been hearing correctly then. Did you happen to notice them walk by this window around 6:15-ish?
Yeah, I did. It just so happened to. I remember looking and thinking he looked very sad and lonely. Yeah, that look, a lot of young guys nowadays seem to have that look, and I've been hit on enough to know what that look is. He was probably thinking of a girl, I can imagine.
He had that smell too. Did you happen to notice anyone else falling behind this young man? Someone shorter, perhaps?
You follow up that line right. Too quick for her to really think about it. She looks really confused, but when you ask the question, she thinks she's like, yeah, I saw someone. They looked really weird. They were wearing like, I don't know. I thought it was like a plastic sack, like a garbage bag or something. It was wet, really wet. Maybe it was like a dark trench coat or some kind of rain jacket or something. They were really weird though. It looked like they were sucking on their fingers or something. When I saw them, I got the creeps real bad, and they were looking right at them. They, I don't know, 5'7", maybe 5'8" or 5'6", black hair, scraggly. I couldn't tell you if it was a guy or a girl. They were pretty thin, like not bulky or curvy. But the way they were looking at him, it was like, I don't know. I'm sure they're the one who did it, though.
I'm sure they are as well. I'll just look out the window again and then glance at the group and say, anyone else have any lines they'd like to follow up on here?
Did you hear anything weird? Like when they walked by?
No, I didn't.
A very quiet whisper under the sound of the bar chaos, but loud enough a Kindred can hear. Is like, do not mention screaming teeth.
I say directly to the bartender, just like sarcastically and like so tired.
Very nonchalant, yeah.
Just like yeah, no sounds of teeth screaming, I suppose.
Make for me a charisma persuasion to make this not sound weird.
It's an inside joke. Hooks elbow into the side of someone.
Now what's the difficulty of this roll?
Gibbs exasperated sigh.
3.
Ted's like, I was gonna ask that.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
You have such an air of charisma and composure that when you lay this off, it sounds more like some half-hearted joke than it does anything in particular. She says, no, I
Shamed.
didn't hear any teeth screaming. She kind of chuckles with you.
Did you? And you didn't see their face, did you?
Just a little bit. They were a little pale. Their eyes, like I said, they were sucking on their fingers, it looked like their thumb and forefinger.
Maybe
but they passed by the window really quickly.
Did they have any unique piercings or any jewelry that you saw that caught your eye? Or
No, just the weird raincoat, I guess.
Was it full length, like a long poncho?
It went below the window, so I wouldn't be able to know if it was 100% full length, but
Mm.
at least to their thigh. Like I said, they looked really wet for some reason.
Mm. Okay, pale, and you didn't see the eyes or anything.
I couldn't get a good look at them. I know they were looking at the guy.
And then lower so the others can hear. Or maybe. Or been outside for a prolonged period of time in the rain.
Was it raining at 6:13?
Well,
It's been
he
raining
said
on
that
and
it's
off
like
all
April
day.
showers, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably waiting at the bus stop for a while.
that would make sense.
And you've never seen this person before, right?
No, neither of them.
Are we done here then? Or does anyone else have some more questions?
No, I think I'm good.
Unless I get a certain flash of insight for any weird, questions we could ask. Not really.
I'm good.
All right.
How are we doing money? Can I just say I have a lot of money? Because I feel like I have a lot of money.
I mean, technically, you needed to take the resource background, I believe,
Dang.
to have like tons of money. But for the purpose of this one shot, we can say you just have a ton of money.
Okay. I pull out 100. I stand up and I pull out like $100 and put it on the counter. And as I'm say thank you for your time, and then as I'm walking to leave, I'll put another $100 in the window with the bell, and I'll say thank you, Mr. Bellringer. You may continue, and I'll.
You'd have to dive over the bar countertop to reach the window behind.
I'll just put it like in front of the window on the counter.
I mean, you be setting it right in front of some dude at the bar, so you could tell the girl to give that to her friend in the back if you want.
Fine. I'll hand her $100 and then put another 100 down and say, for your friend that with the bell, tell him that he may continue, and I'll just leave.
Okay.
I
Have a
guess
good
it says
night.
thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, bye. It just a small wave and just leaves.
Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you. And what were you saying, Ophelia?
I also said have a good night.
Ah.
And give her a wave and a smile. Turn around and leave.
It just leaves. This little
You
wave.
immediately jumped on the screaming teeth thing.
Well, at least she thought it was a joke, so that's a positive, I think.
I just look at everyone. I'm like, you guys, we've worked together for a good while now. You should know I can say literally anything I want to these people, and they won't think anything of it.
Screaming teeth aren't a joke, though.
And as you are all leaving the bar, you can see that there seems to be an immediate pressure that is just lifted. And all the people who are around where you guys are sitting suddenly, like, almost spring back to life. Almost as if they had been suppressed by Alistair's presence.
It was like deadly silent in there when we were there, and just suddenly people start talking again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god.
Listen, all it takes is a couple people overhearing something strange or something caught on a camera, and then things just kind of mount up and all just ball together, and then you have a disaster on your hands.
Well, when I control the people and control the cameras, then it doesn't seem that much of a problem.
I've been recorded once or twice, but I just asked the camera to delete it.
Does it?
There's no way that works.
Maybe. They said they did.
I'll make a mention maybe for the Nosferatu to check just in case. Anyway, so super wet and creepy and following him. So either it came out of a sewer, which is going to be logged with water from all of the rain, or it was just been sitting in the alleys, maybe the park this whole time, waiting for someone. But the bus stop is nearby, so if you were hunting somebody to stalk them down, where would you stalk them at the bus stop from? And then all of the apex predators look at the bus stop like, if I were going to hunt humans, which I do.
I do not.
I do not.
I do not.
I do
I
not.
don't.
Do none of us?
None of us are predator type, or like have that predator type.
Nope. Y'all are pretty unique predators.
Yeah, I just
Either
break into
very
the house.
hands-on in a like weird scene way, or very hands-off in a nobody needs to know kind of way. And then you are a freak and drink from another vampire.
Secret.
Fine, we don't know. You're a Ventru though, so we know that you have some weird taste.
Yeah.
Oof.
you have
We
some
just don't
very
know what it
particular
is, because
flavor.
Ventru are very protective about their type of blood they drink.
Yep.
Because they can be poisoned very easily.
Oh.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry. Your palate is very hard to fake.
Yeah.
Other
where is
Ventru have to kind of be a little concerned.
You just have to be concerned about the criminality of, or like weird
Yeah,
eyebrow
who's
raises.
watching?
Can I look around the bus stop to see, like, decent hiding places to watch from?
Sure. This is going to be an intelligence, either investigation or insight.
I'm gonna do insight.
And
Could I
don't
also
forget-
try?
And don't forget, y'all could use a blood surge if you want to add your blood potency to the check. And don't forget, you can also re-roll. You can spend a point of willpower to re-roll 3 of the dice on the check.
And what's the penalty for using a blood surge?
You just have to make a rouse check afterwards.
I doubt it, but could Streetwise be used for this? Or is that not the scope of Streetwise?
I would say Streetwise. Yeah, I would say Streetwise. But so you can use intelligence Streetwise
Yeah,
if you want to.
Can I make that check as well? I also have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, y'all can attempt to break down, look around, think about how predators normally think.
Any bonus dice at all just for being? I doubt it, but just for being vampire.
No.
Okay.
If anything, this
just-
just helps you all get a foot in the door on the check in the first place. So,
Yeah.
What's the difficulty?
the difficulty for this would be 3. And if you're blood surging, please make sure that you are claiming to do so.
And it was between insight or investigation, correct? Just making
Or
sure.
Streetwise, yes.
Okay.
Yike.
At least one of us got it. And by that I mean
Barely.
2.
Oh, there we go.
We also have one more person.
Sorry, mine's being weird.
It's
It's all
okay.
good.
Are we technically people?
That is a great debate amongst kindred. Most of them would say no, because we're better than them now.
Oh, is the difficulty 3? Sorry, I don't mean to
Yes.
interrupt.
Yes.
If you would like to figure out if you are considered people, please look at your humanity bar.
I wish it was less. I wish I
My
had less
humanity
humanity.
bar
Uh,
is 10.
Well, start draining people to death, and it will start dropping.
I can't. I
Yeah, that's a good
need
roll,
those
too.
people.
That's a big shame, Alicia.
That was pretty good, honestly. Unfortunately, the double checks only work if you get another double check. So, looking over the scene and kind of tracing back to what makes sense. Noman, the wet thing is very weird. There's so many places in a city that you can just stand out of the rain. This person's either a psychopath just standing in the rain, maybe they're caught in a downpour, or they've been just standing, like somewhere that gets a lot of rain with not a lot of cover. Ted, looking over the scene and everything, there is one place in particular that would make sense. Well, it would, if things were positioned a little differently. The park across the way would not be a bad place to be looking out for the bus stop. But the individual had to walk in front of the Fuel Sports Bar and get to the alleyway, and the park is on the opposite side of where they would need to be. Thinking a little bit harder, you do get one extra success over. This individual, more than likely, has just been walking the streets, consistently looking for something or someone. And they probably are hanging around areas that are notoriously have back alley areas. In fact, they were probably scoping out this area in particular, waiting for someone to come out and around. So they were probably walking around, probably around the block or whatever, waiting for someone to dip into this alleyway. Does mean, though, that they've probably been doing it for hours. Or coming back every day and doing it for a decent amount of time.
Which means it's more likely other people would have seen them. Because if they're just wearing some, full body dark thing, then people are going to be like, tourists trying to stay out of the rain, except they're fucking soaked and constantly walking around the area.
Still, you got pretty strong identifiers. Maybe if you all go talk to Thor again, he might have more of an idea if he saw anything.
They've been casing the area. Likely, if they've been around here a couple times, he might realize that.
Yeah, we can go ask good old Thor. 'Cause he'll basically speak out loud as he's come to that conclusion as well. Someone definitely would have seen him if he's just pacing up and down, because I don't know how else he could do that.
If these are his hunting grounds for the alleys, then anybody who's around regularly might have seen him other times, even if not necessarily for this murder. So I think, maybe Thor's probably our best bet, or one of the other bouncers. Even at the other club as well.
Depending on which way they would have exited the alley and get out and around. Either Trinity or the underground.
We can go check both and see if we can get information.
I can go try my hands at them.
Okay, where you all going first?
We're closer to the underground if we want to go ahead and ask their bouncer.
Okay. Going out to the underground. It's getting a bit later now into the evening. It's about 11 o'clock. The clubs are slowing down a little bit. There's still a few people waiting on the outside. There's also a lot of nice food places around that are getting ready to close up for the evening. As you come out, you see a guy, darker, kind of tan skin. He looks maybe Middle Eastern, black hair, wearing sunglasses. He's just kind of waiting outside, looking at everyone coming by, and whoever wishes to approach may do so.
I look to everyone to see if they want to come with me or stay behind.
I'll go with you.
I go as well, just because I'm probably
follow
not as
along.
well here.
If nothing else, for questions.
My face is probably recognized, so we're like most likely to be more friendly.
Okay. So as you come up, the guy's just sitting there. He notices you all, but he's staying stoic.
I'll walk up and be like, Mr. Thor?
No, wrong guy.
Other club.
Other guy. Do we know this guy's name?
Do I?
Roll a streetwise for me, Ophelia.
Anything
Streetwise and charisma or intelligence.
else? Difficulty?
Difficulty is 3.
Damn.
You've seen this guy plenty of times. He's very, like, he's one of those hardball kind of bouncers. He doesn't talk to anyone. He doesn't associate. He just stands at the door. Not a very
It's
social
cute
type.
that won't matter for a discipline.
No, it won't.
I walk up and I'll just be like, okay, hello there, Mr. Like trying to get him to introduce himself.
He looks at you and he's just like, I'm sorry, sir. I do not have time to speak. I'm currently on the job.
Ah, I see. Well, if that's the case, I use Mesmerize on him.
Okay.
Please, I'll just like step closer, like a little too uncomfortably close, and look directly into his eyes and be like, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to answer some questions of ours about a certain individual you may have seen. I assume that falls under Mesmerize.
I mean, compel could work as well. Answer all our questions.
Oh, dang. Compel.
Yeah, mesmerize is like, I need you to go into that place, grab that pen, stab that man, and then come back out, or something like that, you know? Like,
I see.
compel is just if you want to talk to people and get them to listen.
I
It's the
greatly
best way.
underestimated the power of compel.
Yeah, mesmerize is like real mind control kind of stuff.
I see.
If you want to take think about in D&D terms, compel is command and mesmerize is dominate person.
I see. Okay, then. Then I use compel instead.
Okay. So you do so. He gets ready to like he takes a bit of an aggressive stance, but when you speak to him, he just goes limp, and he's like, yeah, I can answer your question. Sure. How can I help you?
As he gets a little aggressive, even though I know nothing's gonna come of it, I get a little angry about it, and like start trying to exude more dominance over him than probably necessary. But so I'll just like take another step closer and be like right in his business and be like, there's a person we're looking for, short, very wet. I give like the general description we got before about this person.
When you step up to him, he's just like, oh, whoa, man, back up. He's kind of being put on the defensive now.
Ophelia
And,
will grab his arm and pull him back. Just answer your questions normally, or ask your questions normally.
I'm fully fine with making him more defensive so that I can prove that I can dominate him more.
Well, we needed
Well,
to
Ophelia
answer
pulls you
questions.
back, so.
Yeah.
Once the space is created, his resistance seems to go down. And he says, "No, I don't recognize." Wait. Yeah. I think I've seen someone like that nearby. Weird though. Probably some homeless who lives in the park over there. He motions across the street.
I turn to the group. What would we like to find out?
What? What did you say?
What would we like to find out? From him in particular.
I guess maybe how long has he been, like, here? Like, has it been multiple days or just like a day?
I turn to the dude, just like implying to answer the question.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen them here quite a lot. I don't pay too much attention, but I've had to give him the eye, you know. Make sure he doesn't mess with anyone in the line. He, tends to stay away though, or she, I don't know. But, yeah. I've seen him around, I can't tell you how long.
Does he ever have his hands up in his face?
No, at least not that I noticed, but I don't pay attention to weirdos.
Fair.
Probably, I don't know, few months maybe?
Do they come by here often?
I see them around. Like I said, I think they live in the park over there.
Have you seen them there?
In the park, I don't pay attention to stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Not my job.
I think that's good enough, right?
What about specifically coming out of that alley between 6:15, 6:25 maybe today?
I haven't seen them today, no.
Okay.
Do you know how often they would come around?
No, like I said, I don't pay attention to weirdos. I just seen them around.
I see. Turn to the group, just like, well, I think that's enough unless someone has anything else to ask.
No,
I know what
think.
to ask.
Oh no. Please.
Did you hear anything when they walked past? Like anything weird, like screaming teeth?
I don't know what you mean by screaming teeth. You all fucking with me?
Yes.
No, sir. No.
A very unfunny inside joke. It's fine.
Sure.
I think we should probably go check out the park.
Well, Mr. Trying to get his name again, now that he's compelled by me.
Ahmed.
Yes, Mr. Ahmed. It was a pleasure talking to you. I think that'll be enough, though. And
Sure. Don't cause any problems.
I turn to leave, just a bit angry at this dude still.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you for helping.
He just nods slightly and gets back on the job.
Well, from what he said to us, seems like we might be able to find our attacker just by waiting around in this area. If they've been coming around for the past couple months, the cases that have been popping up have been in the past couple weeks. So they haven't stopped once they've killed someone in the area.
I will make mention, most of the kills have not taken place in this immediate vicinity of this park or whatever. It's been all up and down downtown, which is in the pier, which is at least a solid mile to 2 miles of territory.
I see.
There could be other kills we don't know about, either because they weren't found or maybe were messed with so that they weren't attributed to the vampire killer. Does finger quotes around the title. Either way, if they are hiding around here, it's most likely they're either going to be hiding completely out of sight, or since they don't seem particularly keen on being hidden, they're just hiding amongst the homeless in the park and the area. Nobody bothers them, looks at them.
Worth a shot. And I doubt there are more victims, given the state of this body. Either they want to be found out, or they don't have the capabilities to not be found out.
You've also confirmed that they did not exit at least out past this way.
Indeed.
If they're kindred, they could have also just been invisible. Or turned eyes away from them. I think normally they have to be completely still, but not one of my disputes. Shrugs.
It doesn't seem like they have that ability, given how many people have seen them around, especially right before a kill.
It might drain on them. I'm not sure.
Could have also just honestly run up the side of the building.
Well, we can go also talk to Thor and see if he's noticed anything additional about them. And if we still don't have a more immediate lean on where they might be, we can go check the park.
I start walking to the other nightclub.
Okay, you head to Trinity.
Please,
Just up and around the block. Sorry, go ahead.
you don't have to do what you did to that guy, to Thor. He'll talk.
Do what? Coerce
Get all
him?
close and weird. Be a dick.
I only exert my power over those who defy me and
Okay.
disrespect me.
Fuck you.
Venture.
That's what I thought. As we keep on walking.
Heading up to where Thor is at. Again, the lines are a little bit less populated now. You know, dying out. Some club goers are still out and about. Thor's just kind of standing there walking. And as you all kind of go up and begin talking to Thor, Ted,
Yeah.
you hear very faintly squealing. Maybe a tire. It's not. You hear it lightly.
Wait a sec.
Is it
He
screaming for you?
stops in this walking, just starts looking around for the source of the noise.
Somewhere past the bar, the sound is coming from very lightly. Or the nightclub, sorry. Towards Yesler Street.
Okay. I hear the teeth. And he's gonna start moving quickly.
Wait, what?
Ophelia follows.
I guess this runs after them.
Ted, what are you doing?
Teeth! It's a teeth! He's
Oh,
going
no.
quick.
I sigh and just slowly walk after them.
As you're approaching, It gets louder and louder. No one else hears a scream.
I do have still have my vision on though. The
Okay.
essence unseen, just in case there is
That's
one
fair.
invisible. Is anxious about that.
That's fair. That's fair. You approach a garbage bin.
Huh. He's gonna start
And looking
reaching.
reaching in, you fumble through disgusting leftover garbage, mostly drinks, half-eaten hot dogs, all this kind of stuff. And you're pulling stuff out, looking at it. Nope, that's not screaming. Nope, that's not screaming. You murmur to yourself, and everyone else around might think you're just some weird homeless person. But then you see something. An ochre white. You pluck it out. It is tooth-shaped, fang-shaped.
Huh.
It looks like fake teeth. And as you bring them to the hand, up to your face, they are screaming loudly, and voices can be heard now. It hurts. The poison, it hurts. Why? It hurts.
What happened?
Go ahead and roll for me your aspects and resolve. I believe it's what it is.
Are you saying make the rouse or just the check it wants me to make? The resolve plus
This
aspect?
is the free, I believe the free premonition.
All right. What's the difficulty?
There's no difficulty.
Cool. Jesus, that was bad.
You want to spend a point of willpower?
Yeah, I do.
You can reroll 3 dice. Okay, 3 total successes. You're like, they keep putting this terrible coating on us. It hurts. It hurts.
Do you know who did it?
It was the creator. They made us. It hurts.
Huh. Did you know where they went? After you ended up here.
No, they discarded us as soon as they were done. Why would they subject themselves to such burning?
It's an awful thing to do. Is there anything I can do to help you?
Please. Please wash us off. Please.
Is there like a big old puddle somewhere nearby? Oh wait, shit.
Is there anything on like visible on the teeth he's holding?
No, not apparent.
Shit.
What the fuck?
Shit, this is hard. Alright, he'll at least just go like, there's something on these. He's like looking around like for like water.
Hold on. And then like pulls out another tube and quickly like swabs a tooth and then just pops it back in. It's like go.
And then he runs over in like a big puddle and rinses it off.
And as soon as he's distracted, like whips around like, I told you the tooth thing would be right somehow.
It's weird. It's got its uses.
Thank
course.
you.
Of course.
Now the burning stops. Their voices fade.
He's gonna put it in the backpack.
So did you get any weird information? Did they tell you who like?
They mentioned that they were created and covered in like a poison that hurt them very badly, and that's why they were screaming.
And these are fake teeth, right? They're not real teeth that fell out.
Yeah, he'll take it out of his bag and like show it off. But ask like he holds it. He doesn't like offer it towards people. He's showing you.
Does creator just refer to the person? Like they grew the teeth, therefore they are the creator?
I think, yeah,
Or-
they made them and then covered them in poison. They only call
What
them the creator.
material do they seem to be made out of?
They are a realistic looking like, oh goodness. They're made of a kind of like rough plastic-y, I know the word. They're acrylic. They're acrylic teeth. That's what it is.
Well-
Acrylic resin teeth.
Now it seems obvious that the perpetrator is trying to frame a kindred.
And with that, we're gonna have to end this one shot, unfortunately.
On a
We've
cliffhanger.
come-
What?
We've come
What?
to the end of the time frame we have here.
No,
Uh,
cringe.
We cut to a montage of us walking down a street and beating the absolute shit out of some short guy.
yeah.
So first, I get him with my scorpion blood so he can't move, and then you all beat the shit out of him while he's helpless.
I bust his Nico kneecaps.
I just tell him to sit still and be beaten, and then
No, I make him paralyzed. You tell him to enjoy it.
I'll rescue
Punch him
his
in the
other
gut.
teeth.
I'll rescue his teeth.
His other teeth as they're knocked out of his head.
So, do you want me to spoil the what was the mystery for this before we hit the interviews?
Uh,
And we're
It
probably not gonna
was-
just
No,
like this
no,
one shot,
Yeah.
so-
no chance of continuing at all.
I don't got time for it,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
sadly.
it
How
was.
much money would it take?
Hey, chat.
How much money?
No,
would
I'll
it
pay
take?
you, Cameron, so we can continue this.
You don't have money to pay.
I'll earn
with.
the money.
You'll
Don't
get
be
food
foolish.
as
Save up your
money.
quarters. pennies.
Don't you mean your pennies? Come on.
I have DoorDash. I can just work through that.
I think it was. How tall was the bartender?
The bartendress, she was not that tall. She was about like 4 or 5, or 5'4", or
Oh.
5'3".
How tall was the bell ringer?
Hard to say from behind the counter, but probably. Okay, I don't need to.
Standing
Be,
on a
how do
box.
I don't need to
Don't you
be-
know it was the butler? Come on, guys.
It was
All
me. I did it.
Unfortunately, we may revisit Vampire later. We might have another fun game. I did personally really enjoy this. But I don't know if we'll continue this one shot particularly. Everyone's sad.
Who
So-
did it?
Who done it? It was actually a ghoul of a vampire who left them to who didn't need them, used them and left them. And this infuriated the ghoul so much they intended to go out and frame the kindred. So a human, kind of, a little bit more, who was using a series of special chemicals that actually burns their own mouth, which is why they were screaming teeth. Using this concoction in their mouth was actually hurting them, but they didn't care. The concoction was made to keep the bodies bleeding and to make them as strange as possible, to make whoever found it find something was weird. And they've just been literally walking the streets almost tirelessly, just looking for people to murder, to frame.
And in the end, it got them murdered.
I
Oh,
mean,
you always had
depending on
to-
how bad the risk is to the Masquerade violation, the person who like ghouled them and then ditched them with like a walking Masquerade violation waiting to happen because they're in the know,
Yep.
could get their head torn off about it. Never know.
Yep.
Oh,
So they could get exactly what they want eventually.
Yep. If this was to continue on long, first you have to get the ghoul and find them, and they are a little jacked, getting injected with vampire blood, even if it's a little dilapidated at this time. They were very heavily addicted to the blood.
is that a
That's fine.
challenge?
We sit back while the Bruja deals with it.
Would've been
And
so
then you
fun.
would have had to found who the ghoul belonged to and bring them to justice. And it could have been someone of some importance, someone who, necessarily isn't easy to get. There's a lot of ways it could have gone to make the story more interesting.
Is it illegal to abandon your ghouls? Gotta finish off loose ends?
I mean, like, at base, not, but like, yeah, because they're addicted to, your vitae, or vitae, whatever you want to call it, your blood as a kindred, and they will do anything to keep getting the hit.
Yeah.
It is the greatest thing you could ever experience, and so they will do anything for it. It also gives them some of your supernatural abilities over time, the longer and longer and the more they drink. So, yeah, because they know about kindred and might know more about the general society and other vampires like you, yeah, they're a huge risk. You can't just abandon them unless it's clear that they're just gonna like die or they're super weak and don't really know anything of use. Because if some crazy guy's just wandering around going, "A vampire bit me and then left me. Where's my master?" People are just gonna be like, "Oh, right, they're crazy." But if they start throwing around names of powerful CEOs and are like, "He's a Ventru vampire," most people are still gonna be like, "Oh, he's crazy," and then others are gonna go, "Excuse me?"
That's really specific.
Yeah, this one was, to put it as PG as possible, kind of this vampire or this kindred's plaything. They weren't told any information. They were just wanted to see how desperate they could make someone and then abandon them because they find that hilarious. Because
Somebody has a low humanity
humans are
bar.
not people. Yeah.
I mean, it is pretty hilarious.
I
But
wonder
no.
if they're a Ventru or a Toreador.
They definitely did not know anything specifically. They were just literally like, "Oh, please come." They know they're a vampire. Like, that's as much as they can get. But they weren't told anything else. They weren't holding any special confidence. They were treated the sweetest of sweet so they could fall the furthest they could fall. Essentially. It's a really tragic case. But kindred do this all the time.
Yeah.
I fully plan to abandon my two ghouls
Ugh,
eventually. Once
bitch.
they're most addicted to my blood, of course.
I hope we're not investigating murders left by your ghouls.
There's just a, no.
The twists! It all comes around.
That would have
I knew it!
Ophelia versus Alistair 1v1.
No, clearly we
You would
can't
kick
be
my ass.
allowed to know about your grand plans yet, because you're gonna try and like blood bond us, and then find out that that one's sire is a fucking freak, and so is their childer. And then that I'm unbondable.
Damn.
I'd have to make a phone call to my sire to ask if it's okay. He has, I don't know what blood bonding means.
I
Strange
have a
adventure.
rebel trail, so it's harder to make me a blood bond.
Yeah. Bruja are very hard to control.
Also, Slug,
I
if you
just
tried to
did it.
1v1 me, you would kick my ass.
I know, it'd just be funny.
Like, it wouldn't even be close. The only thing I can do in combat is tell people not to hit me.
You don't have fortitude?
Nope.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
your
but
only
he's-
defense from being assassinated, really, besides being able to tell people, and you can't just tell a Bruja.
A
Yep.
fellow
Like you
at
said.
zero combat abilities.
I mean, that's what your child soldier and Bruja are for, so, you know.
Yeah.
I can defend myself a little, lifts hand. I can spray my blood at people.
It's okay. Alicia's character is horrifying. They can go out in daylight.
You're a freak of nature and abomination. Delighted to know you and that you're on our side. Now, sobs.
They can just
Yay.
come into wherever you are in the middle of the day and almost no one can stop them.
You know what?
Or
I've
Twilight
decided that I
Fire.
need a second haven that is very secret.
What?
That you're not allowed to know about, and Ted's only allowed to know if he swears forever not to tell anybody, except his objects. He can tell any object he wants so long as no one's around.
Any building in this city is my haven. I just walk in and tell the people inside to let me stay.
No, actually, not every building is your haven, because one of them is my haven.
Yeah, get wrecked, idiot.
And,
I walk
and many
inside
of them
and tell
belong
you
to
to stay.
other, much more powerful than true than you.
Nah, that doesn't sound right.
Question: Is a melee attack considered a feat of strength?
No.
Okay. I just wanted to see.
Feat of strength is picking up a car and hitting another man with the car.
Cringe. Why?
I'm sad none of my folkloric stuff came up.
I mean, unfortunately, and this is kind of the tragic thing about everything, these sessions are short. They're one-shots. We're taking a look at the system. I feel like we actually got quite a fair amount out of it, honestly. I mean, we didn't go into the combat system of Vampire the Masquerade.
Sad.
I don't feel like that's a big miss, honestly, for this system in particular. There's some people
So
who
sad.
absolutely love it. It's okay. It's a very okay combat system.
All I'm saying is when we were in the bar or whatever, you could have just had someone come out with like a big plate of rice or whatever and just trip and spill it all over the ground. And we would have been stuck there for a few hours.
I honestly was as we were walking over to Thor, just considering just dropping rice. I don't feel like keeps in our pocket to mess with you, but teeth came up.
Just immediately stops walking, crouches down, and is collecting it in palm counting. It's like, alright, we've got 2 minutes.
Compulsively counts. It's one of the things I like in V Rising, the new game I've been playing, vampire survival game. There's a button you can hit that's called compulsively count. It just sorts your inventory. It's great.
Nice.
Excellent.
But with that, we're gonna dive into the interviews, and we're gonna get some impressions and see how y'all take. But I mean, overall, I'm pretty happy. I think we got the most vampire experience we could have out of this without, going into the supernatural combat side of things. And I didn't tell y'all this was going to be a social
Social
game, so-
combat is more the purview for most games. If you want combat, Werewolf the Apocalypse would love to talk.
Yeah. We might take a look at Werewolf later. I think that'd be a fun one to do as well.
I want to be a were-dinosaur.
But all right,
Yes!
Who wants to go for anyone with time constraints that would like to go first?
No time constraints here.
Same.
Same.
For once, Alex.
Yeah. For once.
All right. Well, then we're gonna go ahead
go
and we're gonna.
first.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'll start with you then. All right. Hello.
Oh, hey, what's up? Fancy seeing you here.
Fancy seeing you here. Yeah, so you've been through the interview process before. I'm just gonna ask a few questions based on the experience you had. But I think first I'd like to ask, how'd you enjoy the game? How'd you enjoy the one shot?
It was fun. I really want to play more.
Yeah,
Yeah,
isn't that always the case?
it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of the things about these shorter one-shot test sessions is We're just seeing how cool the games are, and sometimes the games are just really, really cool.
Yeah, happened with Lancer, happened with this.
Yeah, yeah. All right. So, speaking on that, on a 1 to 5 scale, 1 to 10 scale, 1 being you didn't enjoy it at all, 10 being funnest game you've ever played, where would you place Vampire the Masquerade?
9?
A 9?
9. Yes.
Okay. Well, what
It's-
makes it a 9 for you?
Around, like, placing it around Pathfinder in, like, how the amount of choices there are in a system. Like, yeah, your clan can mainly can define your character, but even with two, I think it was Ventru, we had like 2 different characters, with one being a child super soldier and one just being typical Ventru, just being like the face of the party.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned Pathfinder, so what would you score Pathfinder to compare, I guess?
On 9 as well.
Okay, so it's on the same level of something like Pathfinder. Okay.
Yeah. As what also factored into it as well was it was a lot more toned down and more like, yes, we're vampires, but it's like I've been to Seattle before. It's something I can visit,
Mm-hmm.
and just the realness of it kind of just brought it up a bit.
Okay, so you felt a lot more immersed because it kind of has a setting you're very familiar with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I was able to go onto Google Maps and be like, oh yeah, this is the exact scene we're in.
Yep, that's true. Okay, cool. Then what makes Vampire the Masquerade different for you than compared to like some other tabletop games?
It's my first non D20 based system. Every system I've played has been like D20 based. This is my first, I think it's D10 based.
Yes, D10.
Just like like it being D20, D10 based, and as well as just I don't know how exactly to describe it, but just how characters work with just like innate like bloodness, like how it's not how do I describe it? um Not magical in a way. We're like supernatural and stuff. It's different compared to other systems I've had or
Okay,
experienced.
so what you're saying is, one, the dice system is very different than what you've done before, so that was cool, and two, that the characters feel almost powerful in a sense because they have supernatural abilities that are just not normal in the setting.
Yeah, and not normal for like other settings that I've seen. Like I've never like there is monk for like D&D and Pathfinder who like they are able to run up walls, but vampire in its thing I had celerity discipline, I think it was.
Yes.
That just being able to run up the walls like the power I had, just that just gives off a different vibe. This system does a
Okay.
really good way in portraying, like in its descriptions of just how supernatural you are.
Okay. Now, I know this session you really didn't really get much chance to act or do anything, unfortunately. Sometimes this is how it goes. In a 3-hour, 4-hour span, it's really hard to get to everyone. But still, was there anything about the system you did not like or anything that happened that, was not something you found favorable?
Honestly, not really. I feel like I played my character to the best of what I could in the situation, because my character is more combat focused going into this. I did know that it was unlikely combat would happen, and I accepted that. But I felt it necessary that they needed to we needed that in the group just in case.
Okay, that's fair.
But
And who knows what could happen.
yeah, so we had me just in case. We ended up not needing me, but I'm all right with that. No complaints about the system at all.
Okay. Speaking of then your intended purpose. What was the role you were trying to fill for the party, and do you feel that you accomplished that?
Bruiser, tank sort of person who was also just really fast and could chase someone down if need be. I didn't really fill that role because it was not really necessary in the one shot.
That's fair. That's fair.
But
Looking at the abilities, though, how do you feel like for fulfilling that role? Do you think your abilities really played into that?
yeah, definitely. Like I have one ability that just I can add my potence rating to unarmed damage as well as feats of strength and half my potence rating to melee damage. And another one that just I can add my celerity rating to any non-combat dexterity checks I make in a scene.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like
Okay.
I would have been able to do that really well.
Okay. I mean, it's important. Like, the theory crafting is definitely a part of the experience as well. And like you said, we didn't really get to that in this session, so it's hard to speak on, but yeah. All right, then I guess I just really have one last question. On a scale 1 to 10, how likely would you be to play this game again? 1 being never again, 10 being I want to play right away.
11, because I want to play right now.
Right now, yeah. I figured that was going to be your answer. Okay, cool. Well, then, I guess any remarks on your experience? Like, how was it for you overall? Just give us something to end off with.
Really fun. If you're interested in this game and you have the availability to get a game of this going, definitely try and get this out. I recommend this game a lot.
Okay, it's good praise. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and send you back and tell Alicia she's got 5 seconds to live.
Okay.
Welcome.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to the interview.
Okay, that jump scared me a little bit, I won't lie.
I did tell Slug to warn you.
There was no warning, I just got warped into here.
Oh. Yeah, I told Slug to warn you, and I guess she didn't let you know. But, all right. So, how'd you like the game? How'd you like Vampire?
I really liked it. It was really awesome. I expected a little bit of combat, but I'm completely fine with that. But it was amazing. I would love to see more of it, but I get you have a busy schedule, and I respect that. So, no pressure.
I get you. It is a really good system. Speaking on that, on a scale of about like 1 to 10, how much did you like the system? How much fun did you have? 1 being, I hated this game, I never want to play it again. 10 being, it's my new favorite tabletop system.
I would say like 8.5 or 9. I really liked it. It was very unique. It was confusing to learn at the beginning with setting up the sheet, but besides that, I had a lot of fun.
Okay, yeah, that's 8.5, 9. That's pretty good praise. What makes it that high for you? What really stood out to you in this game?
It was just different than everything I've done before. Like, making this character was really cool. I didn't expect them to be really awesome, but they turned out to be. And it was kind of cool basing it in Seattle because I live in Washington, so it was kind of cool to relate to that. And then just a different scene versus like being in the medieval ages versus like modern society was a nice perspective.
So you felt like you got to make a really cool character, and you enjoyed the fact that the setting was something you could really immerse yourself in because it's something in the real world that you have been to or at least can imagine being in.
Yeah, it's easy to make cool characters in Pathfinder, but I thought it was cool that I accidentally made this cool character, you know?
That's fair. Yeah, okay. So, what I guess you kind of stated it already, but what really stands out to you about Vampire compared to other tabletop games?
The store, like the options you could pick were a lot darker. I feel like with what I've played with, like Pathfinder, you would have to be like, I want a dark story, but with this one, it was kind of unavoidable, which isn't bad, but it's kind of cool and something new, which is pretty nice.
Okay, so you really liked the darker themes of Vampire.
Yeah, and the dice rolls were pretty cool. It was a little bit weird at first, honestly, because I had to ask you constantly what the difficulty was, but it was pretty cool seeing new things, though.
Okay, and it was a new dice system as well, and you found that interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, was there anything about the game that you didn't like, or anything that you found, not to your liking about the system, how it works, or the setting, or anything like that?
Maybe because I'm new to this, but I wish it was a little bit more user friendly because I had a hard time making my sheet. I won't lie to you. And I was a little bit confused about what to put where. But besides that, I liked it. I really liked it.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. It's not like Pathfinder where everything is very easy to like slot in or anything like that. You had to type or copy paste a lot of things in. That's kind of Roll20, but it would be no different than doing it at the table yourself as well. So, okay, that's fair. That's fair. What was the role you were trying to provide in this game, and do you feel like you're able to accomplish that role?
I was kind of going for like kind of a nerd, kind of know all, and kind of could kick ass too. The kick ass part didn't work out as planned, but I wish I would have helped a little bit more. But I, I think I did all right.
Okay, so you were kind of going for a slight investigative / combat character, a little bit, right? That's what you would say.
Yeah.
And yeah, unfortunately, with these shorter sessions, you don't really get that much chance. We have 4 hours to do stuff with, and you have to contend with other people for time and anything like that. It's a little unfortunate, but based on your character's abilities and powers, do you feel like they really suited the goal you were going for with your character?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It definitely matched because they were basically a child super soldier, so and they were like kind of the perfect person, so I think both of those fit perfectly.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, then with that, I guess I only really have one question left. How likely would you be to play the game again? Would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being never want to play this game again, 10 being I can't wait for my next session?
Definitely 10. If you said
10.
we were gonna play this game again, I would, without a doubt, do it again.
That's good praise. That's good praise. All right, cool. All right, well then with that, that's pretty much all I need from you. But go ahead and give us something to close out. Give us like your last thoughts on the system and anything you have on your mind about Vampire the Masquerade.
Nothing really screams out to me. I just really liked it, really enjoyed it, and different perspective was really awesome. That's all I have to say, really.
Okay, that's fair. Alrighty, well, that's gonna be everything I need. Tell Alex that he's got a few seconds to live.
Okay, I'll let him know.
I'm just gonna do it myself. Oh my god, I just saw the Twitch. You left. It's just me here. I have the mod privileges. I can join. Fine, I'm just gonna wait here.
You know, I'm gonna add that to the cut now.
I was doing a bit with like, no, don't take me, no, and then he just didn't do anything. I was like, I have mod privileges. I'm just gonna go in myself, I guess.
I had to use the restroom real quick.
It's not allowed. You're working.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not getting paid to piss on streams. So. But anyway, welcome.
Hello.
So yeah, how'd you enjoy Vampire? How fun was it for you?
I really like Vampire. This I think session sold it. I really liked the one shot we did, the Halloween one. That was super fun. I think I like this character. Just the fact that I like playing this character more. I think I had a more fun idea for a character rather than my last one. So I enjoy this a lot. It really cemented that this is a good system. I like how it's set up. I think my role was really fun. Like, just all kind of came together really interestingly.
Okay, well, then speaking on that, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you hated the game and 10 being it's your new favorite tabletop system, where would you rate Vampire?
9.
9. Woo. We can get a lot of 9s, actually. This is the third one.
So far, I mean, Lancer scratches the itch of sci-fi wargame, so I get multiple, like, stuff. VTM, I really like. It's just, come with a cool character, have a fun, like, chronicle going on.
What makes Vampire a 9 for you? Like, what about it?
It's set up... so I'll say it's actual like entering in VTM is not a really it's not a great task. It's very daunting, like creating a character. But like once you actually get into play, everything works really well. Everything functions super well. And then also if you're playing with VTM lore nerds, like turns out this universe got some fucking weird shit in it.
It's got some really funky lore, yeah. It's something you could never address in a one-shot.
Yeah, every time I'm talking to someone like Vale or my buddy, he's playing in a campaign with DM Lore Nerd, dropping some lore, and I'm like, what? That's hype. That's so cool. Like, each time I hear something new about this world.
Yeah. Was there anything about the game experience or anything we did that, you didn't like about the game system, anything in particular that rubbed you the wrong way?
Not really. I guess, honestly, the only thing would have been if we did combat, because I like me a good combat system. From what it sounds like, VTM's kind of mediocre. I've heard some very fun combat scenarios that my friend has been thrown into that I remember when he was explaining the combats he was in, I was like, that sounds awesome. And I wonder how much VTM is capable of that stuff. But I don't know.
From my own experience with the system prior edition, to be fair, and just my knowledge of White Wolf in general, the combat system is kind of basic. It's kind of clunky in some spaces, can take some time. But what makes Vampire really fun is powers that let you run up walls, all kinds of weird magic abilities. The fact that y'all fighting on top of a train is a very likely scenario to happen. And there's all kinds of ways you can do it, whether it's running on the side of the train, whether it's reaching up and pulling like a steel beam off of a nearby like overhead and using that as a weapon. Like, you can do that kind of stuff in Vampire really easy, but the combat itself is pretty straight and mundane.
Yeah, I would have had to try it, is the thing. I had no issues or concerns with the anything else. There was nothing else that rubbed me the wrong way.
Okay, cool. So what was your overall like role that you were trying to accomplish, and did you feel that you were able to do that?
I wanted to be the investigator, like, person who has like a job that comes up relatively often, or at least the weird precog. And I think it went really well. You did a great job and immediately going into just Disco Elysium, because like that first time I used it, it felt like you were describing a scene out of Disco.
I mean, yeah, I've recently played disco myself. How could I
Exactly.
not?
Yeah, I could even feel like, oh, the tone. And also I was listening to the soundtrack, so I was like, ooh, oh boy. But like I think the concept of a character that like my interpretation of it is literally like he has actual precognition powers because that's a real thing for vampires.
Mhm.
But he's also really, really intelligent. Like, he's super smart, but his Malkavian curse like manifests it, so he has a really weird framing device to justify everything. When in reality, a lot of the stuff is stuff he might come up with on his own, or through just magic that he doesn't know he's using.
It's fair.
And like I think it's fun. I think it's really interesting. I like the whole bit of like like precog, like yeah, screaming teeth, and the entire session people are like, but what? He's like, oh, there it is. I was right. And I also like characters that are like the all right, you just have to put up with them because he gets results.
Yeah, that's true. And I missed this question earlier. What separates Vampire from other tabletop systems for you?
Pure aesthetic, probably. The aesthetic of it, and there's a lot of care put into the terminology, the lore, how everything looks and functions. It feels properly vampire. Like you play VTM, you're like, yeah, this is a vampire game.
It's true.
Like it's something interesting about it because VTM, I've said a few times, is like the only piece of vampire fiction that I give a shit about. Because I normally don't like vampire stuff. I think it's really lame. I don't like the haughty like vampire character types.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a little overdone. Or not even like disparaging on like lore stuff or even character ideas, but it's just like when people are like vampires. Oh yes, like this, and it's always done the exact same way in like other media is that problem. VTM actually expands on a lot of shit for it. So I think having like a really creative universe that everything takes place in, like all these different supernatural elements, like all this, like basically like what 4 or 5 urban fantasy games in one universe.
Yeah, potentially more. They've had more in the past.
I know there's the demon one that didn't sell. Like, what is there a ghost one?
The ghost one did sell. Geist sold pretty well.
Yeah, and I know werewolf. They always talk about werewolf.
Yeah,
And
there's werewolf, geists, changeling, hunter, mage, and then they had primordial before, but that didn't work so well.
Yeah, like the idea, like having game systems that let you play as different supernatural creatures in a big urban fantasy setting, rather than making one system where you get portions of all of those, is a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
That is a excellent thing to do, so you can have a group of people that pick a style of like an aesthetic, a type, and they can run with it. Because some people, I'm certain, would flock more to Geist or to werewolf, like or vampire.
Fair.
I probably flock to hunter, but that's me.
It's fair.
I don't
know. So overall, what you really liked was you enjoyed the kind of dark aesthetic, World of Darkness lore and aesthetic, and you felt like the world was handled really, really well.
Oh yeah, they did a great job.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess just the one big question. How likely would you be to play this game again on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being you never play it again, 10 being I can't wait for my next session.
9.5. 10.
9.5.
Yeah. No, I would if we actually did like VTM campaign. Here we go. I would struggle not to try and make time for it. Like, because I think because I was saying this in the game chat, like while we're waiting, if we actually did a VTM campaign, I would totally bring back Ted. I really like this character and playing him. I think it's super fun. I would just work to make him function more as a long play character. By that, just detailing his personality and like psychology more in my head, making him have more interesting things going on rather than like for the one shot. He talked to object. That thing doesn't talk. I'd add more shit to it.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's pretty big. That's I think the biggest rating you've gotten on a play again.
Yeah, no, I'd do the same for like Lancer, but like I really like playing one shots every time, but no, VTM is a great time. I think we could get with like our group of players. I think we can make something really really cool.
We could make a really good storyline. I agree with that. But okay, well, great. Go ahead, leave us with some final thoughts on the system for, well, you know, like your overall opinion. Anything else you wanted to voice about the game before we end here?
I'll say personally, I've mentioned it on our Discord. The idea of pass fail, or like success and failure dice stuff, I always find is really weird and a strange choice. I don't fully understand it, though it might just because I haven't read the book and like read their little blurb on how the dice checks work. I guess actually, yeah, my bigger complaint is more of on my own fault of knowledge that like I'm making these checks and I'm like, that seems about right. Thanks, dice roller. Like telling me that I succeeded rather than me understanding why I've succeeded. Though again, that's on me more than the design system itself. I am too used to playing in like number based stuff rather than pure success and fail.
Okay. Okay, well, that's interesting insight. That's very interesting insight. All right, so go ahead and tell Booter he's got a few seconds to live.
Can do.
Welcome.
Oh God. Alex didn't warn me.
He should have.
I was stolen away with no knowledge, not even any understanding of what killed me.
I said I waited like 5 seconds, so I don't know. That's on him.
Well, the slug. Slug didn't warn Alicia either.
Yeah, apparently. All right, so, welcome. How'd you enjoy Vampire?
I liked it. Quite a bit.
Liked it quite a bit. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you hated the game and 10 being it's your new favorite tabletop system, where would you rate Vampire?
It's up there. It's somewhere between an 8 and a 10. It's pretty good. I think without knowing like combat and stuff, I could probably only give it like an 8 morally. But with room to improve based on combat.
Okay.
But I liked it.
I mean, that's fair. Vampire, as I said, I think Vampire always flourishes most when it's a mostly social kind of game. The combat, again, from my knowledge, I played Vampire in a prior edition, and then I know how White Wolf works generally. The combat just kind of works on the same as how they do their dice rolls. It's you get so many successes, whatever damage you do adds over armor. It's pretty mundane. It's just you add vampire powers on top of it and how they can work, and that's what adds some spice to the combat. But the combat system itself is not very intricate.
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting.
8's still pretty good.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a tentative 8. If the combat was good, there might be a 9 or 10.
Yeah, I also think it helped my opinion that I played a face. Love that.
That's fair. What makes Vampire different from other tabletop games you've played?
It's based on like the setting. It's sort of like it makes you go into like an underground society type dealio, which I thought was real fun, and haven't experienced that in tabletop before yet, so I enjoyed that. Like the whole like secret society type stuff, and also like in a lot of like tabletop games, obviously the players are more powerful than the general NPC, But I feel like in this one, like that was taken to like the next level, because usually it's like you're the same type of thing as the NPCs. It's just you're better at what they do because you're the player. But this was like, no, you can absolutely dunk on anyone. That's not like that's just like a regular person. So I thought that was interesting too, having like a distinct like level above the general populace, even at low levels.
Okay, fair. So you really like the whole secret world aesthetic, and you really enjoy that feeling of power that Vampire hands to the players.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Was there anything about the experience that you didn't like or kind of rubbed you the wrong way?
I don't think so. I think everything this time around was pretty dang good for me.
Okay. No complaints are the best kind of complaints. That's fair. Okay. What was your role, and did you feel that you were able to accomplish it?
I think I did. I was playing the face, obviously, and I think I went in with an idea of the type of face I was going to be, and I'm glad to say I think I pulled that off well enough. I think if we were to play a longer version of this, a campaignified version, I would be able to get the intricacies down and perfect that type of play style better and flesh out the character more. But I I think I did. I covered my area of expertise pretty well.
Okay, and do you feel the game system really played into that as well?
Yeah, I think the game system was real good. I think being a face in this is real fun. I like the all of the powers that sort of lend to that, and it's I feel like it's not that difficult to spec into a face in this system. A lot of things I feel like help with that, and which I like because that also means that there you can make a lot of like varied types of faces. So like not every charismatic character is the same like going into it. You can sort of switch it around and do different things with it easier and
Okay.
have it supported by the mechanics on top of that.
That's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. A lot of games offer different ways of, I guess, facing for a game.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And I already asked you what made Vampire different from other tabletops, did I?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I asking everyone questions to try to keep it all straight in my head. Okay. Well, then I guess all I really need to know is on a scale 1 to 10, 1 being you never wanted to play this game again, and 10 being I can't wait for my next session, how likely would you be to play Vampire again?
I think a 10, 9 or
10,
10.
9
I
or 10.
would really enjoy doing another vampire game or just another game in this world in general. It's fun times.
Okay, that's pretty good praise. All right, well, that's all I really need from you. But go ahead and leave us off with what's your final thoughts on Vampire? Voice anything that you might be thinking of or anything you want the audience to know.
I think that it's really fun. I think if you're going to play this game, have an understanding of the kind of campaign you're doing in it, because at least for this one shot, I feel like if you're playing a longer campaign, it's not as important because you'll get a bit more of everything. But I felt like in this one shot in particular, me as the face, I felt like I sort of had like the role, and then everyone else played kind of a supporting role just because of how like the it was going with having to talk to so many people and all that. Like it wasn't that like other people. I felt like I had a bigger role in it than other people, and I felt like it would be better for other people if there were more aspects, which I'm sure would come out in longer games. But yeah, I think, but like you said, I do feel like it probably is in its best form in a social political type campaign.
That's true. And to be fair, our investigators also kicked ass in this session
Yeah.
as well.
They did have some very good moments there.
But, okay. All right, well, that's all I needed. Go ahead and let Vale know that they have a few seconds to live.
Okay.
Oh, wait longer this time. Oh, wait like 5 seconds. I'm out of water. That's sad. Welcome.
I want you to know that the amount of delay in between you grabbing people and other people is fucking us up in the other chat.
Is it really?
You like instantly grab somebody before they could be warned one time, and then ever since then, like somebody comes back and they're like, "It's your turn. You only have so long left. Run while you can," and then you don't grab us immediately, so we're just continuing on the bit while also making fun of the fact that like any moment now we'll be dead. And then finally there's the bloop and we're gone.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like, because it felt like Alicia didn't get notified, and I was like, okay, maybe I'll wait longer. And so I went and did like a bathroom break for Alex, and then after Alex, I waited like 5-6 seconds.
Yeah,
But
sometimes
apparently
we were just like talking too much for her to be warned.
I see.
But yeah, so that's how we've been entertaining ourselves.
It's okay. If it's fun for y'all, then it's good. But all right, so welcome to the interview. How'd you enjoy Vampire?
It's good. I enjoyed it. I like the differing dice systems. It's but I think more than anything, it's just like I really like a lot of the World of Darkness stuff, and even if I don't agree with all of it, and I think some of it's really like messy and all over the place, trying to make so many things fit in the same universe, I am really sweet on vampire and werewolf. So
That's fair. All right, well then, speaking on that, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you absolutely hated it, and 10 being it's your new favorite tabletop system, where would you place Vampire?
it's like a 6 or a 7. It's not like if I had a huge choice of all the games, like systems that I played, Vampire would necessarily be my first choice. It's nothing against the system, it's just there's other stuff that I like more.
That's fair. You know, what's surprising, 6 to 7, that's actually much lower than everyone else has been putting it. I've had very solid 9s across the board.
I would probably play Werewolf a bit higher than this. And there's other systems just that I like more because I've had more experience with some of these systems than most people.
That's fair.
I've gotten to play a lot of different systems, even if they're just one shots. So
That's true. Well, you know, that's the great thing about what we're doing on this channel. We're trying out all kinds of games so that players can get immediately hooked and then go cold turkey immediately.
yeah, I would
afterwards.
absolutely never say no to a Vampire the Masquerade game, but it's not like the top of my list.
That's fair. That's fair. What separates Vampire from other tabletops for you?
I think a lot of the World of Darkness games are fun with their like success system, which I mean it's not fairly common. Like there's Shadowrun and stuff like that have the whole throw a whole dice pool down. But it kind of gives you a weird variety of you could have tons of fucking criticals or tons of fucking critical failures. You
Yep.
could roll 16 dice and eat absolute shit on all of them, but more often than not, you're dependable at the skills that you're good at because you have so many chances to be good at them. And that feels good for the creatures and stuff that you play in World of Darkness. It's fitting that you have so much leeway. And you have a lot of other resources that you get to use to beef it. And I think that's kind of what sets Vampire and some of the other World of Darkness settings away from other stuff is their systems let you be an overpowered creature of the night or whatever. They just make sure to also throw stuff at you that can beat the shit out of you.
That's fair. So you really, really like the dice system, and you enjoy the amount of power that the game gives to the players. Is that right?
Yeah, no, it hands you the tools to be an overpowered piece of shit and then grinds you into the dirt for thinking you're an overpowered piece of shit.
That's fair.
Eventually.
Okay. Well, then, was there anything about the game system that you didn't like or may have rubbed you the wrong way?
No, I think World of Darkness is making their strides to the modern era with they've had some less than stellar things in some of their systems. Vampire the Masquerade is not exempt of that. But they've gotten better at addressing and kind of refitting some of the lore and the clan stuff that's a little shady. It is still a game that deals with dark stuff. Um, but like ultimately there's nothing in the system itself mechanically that I don't like. I wish the core book had all of the clans in it. It's not like there's so many that you couldn't, and they kind of rolled some of the disciplines into each other that I really don't like that. I don't like that like Protean and Serpentis are the same thing now or whatever. Like stuff like that. The more you can like diversify these different bloodlines, that's like a lot of the fascination with it. Like, don't just give me I can turn invisible like Nosferatu if I'm the clan of fucked up shadow magic. Give me fucked up shadow magic.
Yeah.
That's probably my biggest grievance with the newer system.
Okay, that's a very fair, and that's a good opinion to come from someone who knows at least a bit more than everyone else kind of did with it.
Yeah, I like all the lore and stuff, so I know more about the other system because I wanted to know more about the lore, and you end up picking up system information while reading through Wikipedia pages.
That's fair.
And like game logs and stuff.
Okay, cool. So what was the role that you were trying to perform, and do you feel like you were able to do that in the game?
I was trying to play yet another investigative character, but more on the occult side. Both of them are occult, but like one crazy supernatural and one like magic intellectual. And then to play a mage who's also a vampire in a vampire game. Unfortunately, a one-shot is not good for that. I did not get to use any of my like rituals, but I only had like 2 or 3, so it really isn't a big deal. I figured as much that it probably wouldn't come up unless we got into a slugfest. So I got as much mileage out of the character as I was pretty much planning to. I figured what would be more likely. I mostly just made the character because I thought they would be neat.
That's fair, and I think that's a good way to make characters. And yeah, unfortunately, again, with these one-shots, you know,
I
can't
told
do
everybody
everything.
in the chat, like when we were talking about it while you snatched your first for the interview, was I intentionally did not play a Ventru, a Toreador, or a Malkavian for the one shot because I would get too attached to a face character or a character that I made well enough that I would roleplay live a character who's mentally fucked.
Yeah.
So to prevent immediately regretting having played this one shot because I want to play a campaign, I just made a character I knew that I wouldn't mind too much.
That's fair. And I did my best to warn everyone. I did say probably no combat, a lot of social. You guys are doing an investigation.
Yeah, but no, I made my skills for what they needed to be, and I got to be the one who got some successes to help out and round out stuff. So yeah, no, I did my part, and I enjoyed mostly just listening to the bullshit.
Yeah, around Alex's character especially. Okay, well, with that, I guess I only got one more question, and on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being you never wanted to play the game again, 10 being you absolutely can't wait for your next session, what would you rate on how likely you'd be to play Vampire again?
If you ran a campaign of Vampire, it would be a 10.
Okay.
But I also just am not in any like long-running campaigns with you right now, so
I know
that you're running
it's
at least.
tragic.
We have to fix that.
We do. Unfortunately, it's just the days I've been available, you've not been available. And
well, we'll be moving soon. We move on the 16th next month, and once we're settled in and I have a job and have my schedule all out, you will get a nice message with all of my available days and hours, and then we'll all stare at Alex because he's not available for any of them.
Yep. Yeah, we'll figure something out for sure. I definitely miss playing with the group, the core group. It's been way too long, and
We got to get the children's campaign gang back together.
yeah. Well, plus Suzanne. I think Suzanne's been.
Oh
a
yeah,
really good
absolutely.
addition.
Suzanne needs to be back in. Oh yeah, I could just say the Finwith and Co gang.
Yeah. I also like get Bep in a game if that was at all possible. I think Bep would be a good addition as well. But there's
think, yeah,
4 of
smaller
you.
groups. Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, that's all I need from you. But go ahead and leave us off. What are your final thoughts on Vampire the Masquerade? Anything you want to let the audience know?
I think that if you have a table that you can trust to deal with some darker fantasies and impulses in society, while not like glorifying them, that Vampire makes a really, really good game. However, it is definitely something that you want to play as a campaign. It is. I would never suggest Vampire as a one-shot. You get a bit too sucked into the really immense lore. So if you like a world that's really well defined with lore and NPCs plotted out, with whole societies interconnected and literally hundreds and hundreds of years of history to pull plot hooks from and characters, yeah, absolutely give World of Darkness a whirl. If you want more campaign, combat heavy, go Werewolf, The Apocalypse. If you want more social, go Vampire the Masquerade. And then let your players enjoy the high before you put them down.
All right. Good words, Anon. And yeah, that's all I need. So I guess I'll send you back to the others.
Sounds good. Lost the game.
I lost the game.
I got to end it off with a lost the game.
What was that? Your mic was like weird muffled.
Oh, I made everybody lose the game before I left.
Yeah, that's true.
Damn.
I can't lose again. Ha ha. Anyway. So yeah, that's gonna be it for us here today. I know y'all had fun. I'm sorry we couldn't get to everything. This is one of those game systems where you could not get the full breadth of it in, I would say maybe 10 sessions is what you would need to get everything out of Vampire.
Agreed.
There's just so many different scenarios that I can throw you in.
But, you know, I had fun personally. It was a lot of fun learning the game. The game was, after Shadowrun, this was a very nice, relaxing game to look into.
I can't believe you didn't let us fight a mage.
Yeah.
Y'all don't want to fight a mage, trust me.
You should have just ended the one shot with a mage showing up and fighting us.
A mage is a nightmare, depending on what their
What type they are, because if it's just like there's different schools, well, not, I actually don't know if it's schools is the right terms. There's the different towers and stuff, which can determine what different like types of magic that they can do. You could just run into an like ecstasy mage who's like, yeah, I mostly just have emotions, magic spells and stuff like that. Or you could run into somebody who's like, if you fuck with me, I will stop time and then displace you to the other side of the globe where, oh, look at that, it's noon. And you're like, Christ.
Or just make you spontaneously combust.
Yeah, or they could just set you on fire.
Or attack your soul directly.
Yep.
Wow. Those guys
Or,
must be
whoa,
pretty
ghost be
amazing.
upon you.
Sorry, what was that, Peter?
I said, wow, those guys must be pretty amazing.
Yes!
Can we end it? We can end it now. We're done.
Yeah, alright. Well, with that downer, we're going to end this. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're watching post-effect, I hope you enjoyed. Please remember, if you've enjoyed this, please like, follow, subscribe on your platform of choice. We stream on both Twitch and YouTube, as well as in the description down below. You can find, or below on Twitch, there's a link to our Discord where we talk about all things tabletop, as well as I recruit for all these one-shots where we're checking out games in that Discord. So if you want the chance to play with me and my friends, you can check us out there, as well as we talk about things like Warhammer 40k and all kinds of other really nerdy things. With that, though, we're going to go ahead and end for the evening. So let's go ahead and say goodnight.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
everyone.
Ciao.
Good night.
Cam's a hater.